Midnight Swan is here. Tonight, we're going to fall asleep while listening to What If Renesmee Raised by Jacob. This is part 2 of this fiction. Let's move to the video. Esme came to the side of her husband as they both stood outside the doorway to the hospital room, in their home, where their adopted son lay in the bed, still unconscious. Both the family and the Packs had been on edge after the attack. Seth and Edward had taken care of disposing of the bodies of the newborns and everyone had been on high alert, making sure no more attacks were imminent. "How's my son doing?" Carlisle smiled at his wife and her very close bond with Jacob. "Well, in all honesty, from a physical standpoint he should be almost fully recovered. Unfortunately there was too much venom in his bloodstream for Rose to get everything, but what she was able to do it might have actually saved his life. Now it's his wolf side that is taking care of the rest." Esme squeezed Carlisle's hand. "What do you mean?" "Well, even though we know only children of the moon are immune to venom, it seems like Jacob's inner wolf is, I guess you could say, adapting to the venom and creating its own immune system. The Pack has never heard of anything like that happening, but then again, no one in the Pack has ever had the bond that Jacob and Renesmee do. I mean honestly, I think she is having something to do with not only Jacob healing, but his body getting much stronger too." "You mean his body is almost like a cocoon as it strengthens and adapts?" Carlisle nodded his head in agreement with his wife. "You know, that's actually a pretty good analogy." A concerned Esme looked up at Carlisle, sensing something else he was not saying. "What is it, Carlisle?" Carlisle wanted to make sure his granddaughter, who was sleeping soundly planted perfectly into Jacob's side, did not overhear. The poor girl had been through enough and he didn't want her to worry with the what-ifs. For all intents and purposes, Jacob should be dead. Esme made the physical motion of a gasp, clinging closer to her husband. "Just between you and me, the amount of venom in him, regardless of the heroic effort by Rosalie, should have killed him. I did also find, strangely enough, traces of a tranquilizer compound in his blood, which was odd, but I don't think that played a role in anything. It was the amount of venom in his system that concerned me. I know once Renesmee got back to him and the healing bond kicked in, he had a better chance, but those moments till then, it was all Rose." Esme was so thankful Rose was there for Jacob. Even more so that her son had Renesmee in his life. They were absolutely meant for one another. The bond they have is the strongest she'd ever seen between two people. Of course she was concerned for all her family that was involved. Esme whispered to her husband. "She has to feed Carlisle." He wrapped his arm around his wife. "She won't leave his side." Esme felt the sadness hit her even harder than it ever had before, the whole family in a deep state of depression, all except Bella, who was on a warpath, threatening to kill whoever created these newborns. "How long has it been?" Carlisle looked at the calendar. "Jacob has been out for the last 2 weeks. Which means, she hasn't left his side pretty much since he was brought in. Should we try to say something to her? To try to get her to take a little break? Maybe get cleaned up?" Esme was hoping they would have a chance to persuade her to at least take a break. Carlisle laughed a bit, a miracle in itself. "We tried. Emmett is still waiting for his hand to grow back." Esme just shook her head, wanting to at least try. She walked into the room, giving Jacob a kiss on the forehead first. "Come back to us, son." He whispered to him as she kissed him again. She then turned and saw just how weakened she was. "Honey, will you please just take a break, try and get some?" No, she responded, not once turning her head from Jacob. Esme's heart was breaking, realizing how much she cared for Jacob. "Will you promise me that you will feed, soon?" "I promise once he's awake, I'll feed, but not before." That's all she asked for as she walked over and gave her a kiss on the top of the head. "I love you, Rosalie." With what little strength she had left, Rosalie lifted her hand, which was on top of Renesmee's hand wick. Had Jacob's arm securely wrapped around her tiny body. "I love you too. I promise when the mongrel wakes up, I'll feed. ____." Jacob looked around where he stood. It looked familiar yet it didn't. Everything felt familiar yet it felt also as if he was living in the moment between feeling like sneezing then all of a sudden not needing to sneeze. He was sitting in the sand, on First Beach. But yet he was all alone, which for First Beach this time of year was a miracle in itself. The water was a clear blue, but the sun was there and wasn't there, all at the same time. Jacob thought that was very peculiar as he looked up to the sky. Eclipse? He wondered, but now wasn't when that was supposed to happen. Maybe something else, he thought as he looked now beyond the horizon. That is when he tilted his head, realizing that up until a certain point, everything was clear, but then almost like a blanketing fog settled across the horizon not far from where he sat. He stood up, a strange feeling overcoming him as a thought was creeping its way into his brain. It was on the edge, trying to make itself known, but Jacob just couldn't grasp what that memory was. As he brushed himself off, he then noticed, strangely enough, that even the sand felt different. No longer the grainier, rocky feeling that he was used to on First Beach, this felt more fluffy. Yeah. Cobb looked around once again and noticed that the blanketing fog actually surrounded him on all sides. It was far enough away in each direction that it was in no way constricting him, but bothersome nah that he couldn't see beyond, newborns. The thought rocked him to his core as he remembered the fight. The memory wasn't clear as day like usual but more a distant memory, almost like remembering a dream. Jacob didn't usually freak out. But he was now as he remembered the bites, the venom coursing through him. No. His voice startled him as his stomach started to turn. He held his hands to his head, now beginning to shake. This can't be happening. He can't be dead. Even when he thought it, he knew that must be it. Hi Jacob. Jacob nearly jumped out of his skin as he turned around, swearing just moments before no one was there. His breath caught as he looked into the eyes of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He instantly tried to quell his lustful thoughts, knowing that this was not right to look upon this woman with such wanton desire. He tried to close his eyes, not even if this was a dream would he allow his thoughts to cheat on Nessie. The moment he closed them though, the image of the beautiful goddess magnified even more. She imprinted in his eyelids like when staring at a light and then closing your eyes once you turn it off. Her long flowing reddish-brown hair, the way it effortlessly flowed down over her shoulders, blowing ever so slightly in the wind as if the image itself was playing back in slow motion. Her alabaster skin, tinted with just enough pink to accent the exquisite beauty of every inch of her. Her body, strong, but yet soft and inviting to the touch. She was tall, just the perfect height for someone of Jacob's stature. Jacob not wanting to think of anything below the neck as that brought feelings in him he didn't know existed. Her eyes though, her eyes were the most beautiful part, the part he wanted to remember, still trying to be the gentleman. They were a beautiful brown with almost a tint of red. They looked as if they could swallow your soul but love you enough that it would not matter. They reminded Jacob so much of his eyes wide open, and he was so glad he did as she was mere inches from him. Nessie. Her smile melted his heart as she lifted her soft, warm, inviting hand to his face. It's me Jacob. Jacob closed his eyes again, savoring the feeling of her touch. His Nessie was here. He only had a moment of reflection when he started freaking out. He opened his eyes again, his one hand holding firmly onto hers which was still on his cheek. Something was wrong. This was Nessie but also not Nessie. This was a woman, not his little girl. Which meant one thing, he truly was dead. Jacob's heart started beating out of his chest. Honey, it's me. You're going to be okay. Her voice penetrated his fear as it wrapped him in a comforting blanket of hope and love. Jacob's entire life flashed before him. He was obviously very religious, and what his tribe taught about the afterlife pretty much narrowed down to two things: heaven and the eternal hell. Nessie was here, so that was a good sign, but he knew he was never this blessed. So his test would be to see if she stayed here, even after a kiss. Because if she suddenly disappeared, then he knew he was in hell. Resigning himself to knowing that he was actually dead, didn't really bother Jacob as long as Nessie was here with him. The only thing is if this was heaven or hell. After all, he was a pretty good guy growing up. Hopefully the great creator gave him points for that. Kiss me Nessie. Jacob realized right before the most beautiful creature in the universe kissed him that this might be wrong, no matter where or when he was. Wait Ness. What Jacob? It really is me honey. Jacob scrunched up his face, trying as hard as he could to figure out what to do. After all, there was a chance he might not be dead. He could be in some kind of vampire compulsion where he will open his eyes only to be kissing someone else, and that just wasn't in his cards. But if he was dead, kissing Nessie was a nice start to the afterlife. Either way, he wanted to ask some questions. With a power he never thought he'd ever possess, he gently backed away from the alabaster goddess's open and inviting embrace. Excuse me. Oops, she does not look happy. Look, I just want to make sure of some things. Jacob looked at her again and realized he had to turn around because he would never be able to think straight looking at something so beautiful. Jacob heard a slight giggle laced with annoyance from behind him. Sweetie, it's me, but I understand that you're a little skeptical. I can't quite understand this either. Jacob really thought there was no way she actually knew what he was thinking. Because if she did, well, he was definitely going to hell. I thought you wanted to kiss me, Jake. Do you not want to now? Okay. She used Jake, that was a good sign. He dared a quick glance over his shoulder. Yep. The goddess was still there. I just feel like I'm cheating on you well with you. Smooth wolf boy, Jacob mentally kicked himself. You didn't answer my last question. Jacob felt her touch his arm. Yep, good sign as his arm didn't fall off. Of course I love you, but Nessie would already know that. Jacob started getting an uneasy feeling. Not if you broke our law. It was then it hit him. This was Nessie. He turned around and engulfed her in a huge hug, lifting her off the ground as if she was a feather. You promised me, Jake, you would never leave me, and yet you're leaving me. I don't think I have a choice. It occurred to him he wasn't sure how to address her. He was so used to Nessie, princess, little one, that he wasn't sure what to use. After all, she was already using terms of endearment, so should he start? Well, he could at least give it a shot. Honey. He could see her smile and it was enough to brighten even the overcast day in, wherever he was. Can I ask you something, sweetie? As corny as that sounded, Jacob actually liked it, especially since her smile brightened when he said it. Of course you can. Where are we? Jacob looked around again, knowing this was not Earth. But yet it was. He could see her pondering something as she herself looked around. You know, I'm not sure where we are. All I know is we're here. Okay, that was not what he expected and really didn't answer much. Am I dead? No. Sorry, no you're not dead. She reached in and gave him a kiss. So if I'm not dead, and this is not real, then where are we? Jacob once again looked around. Together. Jacob laughed, I guess I can live with that. He held her in his arms once again, taking in her scent, her essence, feeding off her warmth. They held each other in an embrace for what felt like days. Neither saying anything, neither wanting anything. They had all they needed in each other's arms. Still though, Jacob wanted to make sure. He knew he had to find a way to ask something that only he would know. But Nessie wouldn't. Something he never told her. That way, if he asked and she answered, then he would know this was all in his head. Okay, that was a good plan, he convinced himself. So start with something not even Bella would know and only Nessie. Ness. Yes honey. What was I most scared of when I was a kid? Here it goes. The closet. You hated leaving the door to your closet open because you thought it was the portal to hell. Very good. She got that one right, so it's either Nessie or his imagination, not some vampire compulsion. He kissed the side of her cheek. Ness. What did I call my grandma black when I was a kid? I honestly don't know, Jake. You never really talk about your grandma. Jake smiled. This was Nessie. I called her Mama. He felt warm lips press against his neck. Jake, I love that we're together, but I need you to do something really important for me. At this moment, knowing without a doubt that this truly was his Nessie, he would do anything for her. What is that, Nessie? I need you to wake up. Blank. Jacob's eyes shot wide open, and the pain hit him like a freight train, causing his head to explode into a massive headache. He closed his eyes tight, wanting so badly to go back to that dream. Every part of him ached, all but the right side of him, where it felt like there was a pillow nuzzled into his side. It smelled wonderful and was so soft. Someone must have brought him the pillow to help his ribs. He tried to get his bearings, sensing that he was in a room, most likely the medical room in the main house. It was light out, so that was a good thing. He wanted to make sure he was not dead. He didn't feel dead, but after that dream, he figured he might be in some cycle of endless torment. Phasing between different realities, he dared himself to open his eyes, looking towards his right. He immediately closed them. He was in hell. I saw you open your eyes, mutt. Damn, and it speaks. Jacob prayed that this wasn't real. A world where he would have to continually wake up to the blonde bane of his existence was not a world he wanted to be in. Why can't I just go back with Nessie? Oops, he said that out loud. He felt the pillow at his side moving. Oh great, not only did he have a blonde vampire in his nightmare, but also moving pillows. Silly, it's me Jake. His eyes immediately popped open again, straining against the pain in every muscle in his body as he saw the love of his life. Of course much younger than the dream Nessie, but just as beautiful and just as welcome a sight. Oh thank God, this isn't hell. Ouch. Rose, that hurt. He was about to rub his arm, but Nessie already was on it, kissing it to make it feel better. Better? She asked Jake. Better. Jacob sighed, realizing he must have been out for a while. His body told him as much. He linked with Nessie. You okay sweetie? Now I am. You worried us Jacob. I know, I'm sorry. Jacob felt a whoosh of air only to find that Rosalie had left the room. It felt much more like heaven now. Jake, Aunt Rosalie has been here the whole time. This was the first time she actually left the room. Really? Blondie? Yes Jake, she was worried about you. Renesmee snuggled back into Jacob's side, resting her head securely in his shoulder. Unlike Rose, she slept like a log the last few weeks in Jacob's arms. She of course, like Rose, didn't leave. But unlike Rose, where everyone knew there was no use trying to get Renesmee to leave, with Rose it was something unexpected. Jacob just pondered that for a minute. Why would Rose stay with him? He guessed he must not have been out as long as he originally thought. He was interrupted by Nessie. Jake. Yes little one, tell me more about Mama. Jake's eyes shot wide open. Blank, underscore, blank. 1 week later. Jacob's room in Cullen House. Jacob was still trying to figure out the whole dream link thing because if he had to be honest with himself, thinking about it made him feel a tad bit uncomfortable. One thing he was thankful for was that even though Nessie asked about his grandma, it seemed to be more of a memory for her and not an actual experience. Not like he did anything wrong in his dream link. But the way he felt about grown-up Nessie was a lot different than he felt about current Nessie. Last thing he needed was Edward somehow misreading one of his thoughts when Nessie or Bella wasn't around to shield. Fortunately he wasn't built like the other wolves, so his thoughts could be somewhat controlled. As much as he'd love to dream link again, he had his little princess with him now, and despite what some might think, he wasn't in a hurry for her to grow up quite yet. The past year Jacob spent with Nessie had been the greatest time of his life, and he wouldn't trade that time for anything. It would be naive to think he didn't want the whole marriage and kids thing, but he knew that was coming. Right now he wanted to enjoy the time he spent with his best bud, because he knew nothing like this time now would ever happen again with anyone. Of course that was the least of his worries, the whole dream link thing. Right now he had a very frustrated Londa vampire drilling him about what happened during the attack. So you wanna explain to me what the hell that was when you were attacked? Rosalie was on an edge that she was not used to being on. Stupid dog had caused her more heartache than she should have allowed. But now that his sorry ass was better, she needed some explanations. Rose, I don't know what happened. Jacob looked over at her, hugging Nessie tightly to his side. He was in a real bed now, his wolf healing in full affect. Apparently, his healing had the same requirements as the strength of his heart. He needed Nessie by him to get stronger. Thank goodness she never left his side. All I remember Rose is calling to my pack. It was something instinctual. Jacob honestly couldn't explain how it happened. Rosalie was standing next to him. She had to fold her arms across her chest because that magical force the dog had was somehow making her hand want to place over his. I heard you plain as day Jacob. I knew you needed me. So you better start explaining how exactly that happened. Jacob just shook his head. Rose, look, I was phased, so I'm automatically linked with my pack. As Alpha, I can turn it on and off, only Nessie has the open line. So when those things attacked I just sent out like an SOS to my pack, the ones I knew I could trust to help Nessie. Jacob froze for a second. His thoughts must have been loud because Nessie instantly woke up, rubbing Jacob's cheek. Gonna try something. Jacob gingerly got out of bed, his little one helping him up. Rosalie instinctively reached out both hands to help him, only to hide herself and pull them back across her chest, not trusting the voodoo that Jacob must have been using. Let's go outside, I'm going to phase. You sure that's a good idea? Not like Rosalie was concerned, not at all. She just told herself. She didn't want that awful smell to linger outside. I'll be fine. I could use the extra stretching anyway. With that, Jacob and Nessie went out to the backyard, Rosalie following close behind. Jacob, what are you doing? Rosalie pointed to Renesmee, who was holding his hand, standing way too close. Oh right, sorry, almost forgot. Jacob winked at Nessie, who instantly jumped on his bare back. A huge smile on her face as she winked at a horrified Rosalie. Jacob then phased, a powerful wind blowing Rosalie back a little. She was slack-jawed as Renesmee was now securely attached to the back of the giant russet wolf, not even a scratch on her. It's a gift. Renesmee shrugged at her aunt. Rosalie just shook her head, apparently now the mutt's sense of humor was rubbing off on her niece. Jacob says. Only his pack will be able to hear him starting now. Renesmee looked to Rosalie to make sure she understood. Jacob opened up his link. Pack check-in. Seth checking in. I'm here looking in the north for signs of newborns, glad to have you back, boss. Leah checking in. Making sure my little brother doesn't wander over the side of a cliff. Jake's girl checking in. Here, protecting the alpha. Rosalie just stood there, now nervously tapping her foot, looking disgustingly at Jacob. There was a moment of awkward silence as the pack waited. I hate you so much, you. Rosalie blew a stray strand of hair out of her face, stomping her foot as she turned and left, pausing at the top of the stairs, still not turning around. Fine, Rosalie yelled, finally giving up. Rosalie checking in. About to stick my head in the microwave. 3 weeks after newborn attack. Bella and Edward's cottage. Bella was pacing the floor, her hand instinctively running through her perfect hair, trying to keep from losing it. Bella understood her place now in Jacob's life. She earned it, the way she treated Jacob before Renesmee was born, the way she used him. Bella was just thankful he still talked to her. She wasn't even sure, if not for her daughter, whether Jacob would still be in her life. She honestly didn't think so. But she finally got what she always wanted. She got what helped her look herself in the mirror. She was more like his sister, his friend. She wasn't so sure he would consider her a best friend, but to her, he was her best friend. Only one man held more love from her than Jacob. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was the big jerk almost died from the newborn attack a couple weeks ago. Bella had to stop as a rare sick-like feeling consumed her at the thought of losing Jacob. Bella knew she should be the strong one, be strong for Renesmee. That was fine, that was her responsibility. But Renesmee had been the strong one. Her resolve amazed everyone. Where her daughter was strong. Bella not so much, as she was quickly coming undone thinking about what could have happened. Jake wasn't some token friend of hers. He was a part of her. Edward, Renesmee, Jacob, those were her life now. Take one away and her world crumbles. Each one had taken that piece of her, that fear of losing someone, all except Jacob. That of course changed last month as Jacob joined the list that she wished never existed. The list of loved ones leaving Bella. Edward back when he thought she was dead. When he tried to have the Volturi kill him. Renesmee, when they didn't know if she'd stop growing. Or when they didn't know the result of the Volturi confrontation. Those two were hard enough to deal with the thought of losing them. Jacob was always different. He was always there for her. He was the most selfless person she knew, and she seemed to always take advantage of his selflessness. She thought the world had finally given Jacob what he deserved when he imprinted on her daughter. It was odd, but it almost calmed her knowing that she did have a part in making Jacob so happy. They were a family, damn it. Edward, Renesmee, and Jacob, her family. And that stupid jerk almost got himself killed. Then what? How exactly would Renesmee and her deal with that? She had no doubt it would ruin Renesmee. Even this young, Jacob was hers, and the moment Renesmee would realize Jacob wouldn't be there anymore would be the moment she was sure they would lose Renesmee for good. Jacob was just that important to her, to everyone. And now even Rose, the one person in the entire family who probably hated Jacob, no. Probably the one person in all of Washington that didn't like Jacob, and now even her cold heart was warmed. Her own husband had to take a whole day to himself to fight. Nally calmed down thinking they lost Jacob. Edward had been on a mission to travel the entire state trying to find even the remotest thought of someone that might be involved with what happened to Jacob. Edward really did consider Jacob like a son already, and he should. Jacob was a son, a brother, a friend, to everyone. His life was just too important. Bella just didn't know how to deal with it. To clingy or sad. Everyone would think she still had those feelings for Jacob. To reserved or holding back, and people would think she is a cold-hearted bitch. She had no one to turn to, no one to comfort her. Someone where she could just be herself and let her emotions. Mommy. Bella instantly stopped, turning to Renesmee, who was coming in to change after taking care of Jake. Everything okay, Renesmee? Renesmee tilted her head, looking at her mom as if she was trying to read a faraway sign. Renesmee. Bella could see the odd look her daughter was giving her. For a moment she almost started freaking out that the worst happened. Renesmee held out both her arms, inviting her mom in for a tender embrace. It's okay, mommy, I understand. Bella could only stare at her daughter, a brief sense of relief coming over her. It took her a minute to even register what Renesmee meant. That was when everything hit her, all that she had bottled up, the pain, the sadness, the anger. All she could do at that point was fall into her daughter's arms and hold her tight. She couldn't cry real tears, but every other emotion involved with creating those tears was slamming through her. Shish, I know, mommy. But Jacob will never leave us. He made a promise to me, and my Jacob always keeps his promises. Blank, _ blank. 2 months after newborn attack. It was almost 2 months ago, when it was daughter comforting mother. But now, somehow, some way, Renesmee's mind had matured even more, to the point where those childhood promises between her and Jacob took on a whole new meaning. Weight of those promises meaning so much more now, and what breaking those promises would truly mean. It was another nightmare, another panic attack, another breakdown for Renesmee. But unlike all the other times, when Jacob was right there to comfort Renesmee, continue to prove to her without a doubt that he was alive and would never leave her, this evening he still hadn't gotten back from their fact-finding mission near the border of Canada. Embry and Quill had been patrolling farther north and found some evidence of a possible staging area for the newborn attack. Jacob had went with Edward, Jasper, and Seth to check it out. Leah and Rosalie remained behind, diligently guarding Renesmee, which Bella was extremely grateful for. But the trip was supposed to be a quick 6-hour get there and back before nightfall. But Jacob still wasn't back, and Renesmee wouldn't calm down. It wasn't even the fact they were separated. Bella knew the two hated to be apart from one another, but their separation was tolerable, not preferred. But both Renesmee and Jacob could deal with it. That wasn't the problem, it was the fact that Jacob had said 6 hours and he would be back, and it was now going on almost 8 hours of nothing. Not even the pack mind was offering solace. Leah had been jumping in and out of wolf form, trying to use the pack mind to communicate, even though she was sure that Jacob and Renesmee's alpha link was more reliable. Leah was able to gather bits and pieces to know Jacob was at least alive, but that wasn't good enough for Renesmee. By the time Leah had relayed those messages, Renesmee was past the point of consoling and needed to see Jacob for herself. Rosalie even encouraged Renesmee to concentrate and try to communicate with Jacob, but at that point, Renesmee was too far gone and her alpha link wasn't working. Leah and Rosalie were in the room with Renesmee now, already planning to take Renesmee with them to go track down Jacob, even though their alpha strictly forbade it. Leah, being the beta, took her role very seriously, and while she might complain a lot, she almost always obeyed Jacob's alpha orders. The only wrinkle in that plan was anytime Leah and Renesmee were together, all bets were off. Those two were trouble, and Bella could only imagine when Renesmee got older how much trouble that would be. Add Rosalie to the mix and Bella actually felt somewhat sorry for Jacob. Bella of course would be going, so they were making some last-minute preparations. Leah was able to calm Renesmee down enough where she wasn't freaking out, but only because Renesmee was determined to get ready to go find Jacob. Bella did have to feel somewhat bad at Renesmee's ironclad determination to find Jacob, and yet never mentioned her own father. The reasoning most likely being, Renesmee had never had the fear of losing her father, he was safe. Jacob, on the other hand, that was something completely different. They were all about to leave when she saw Renesmee instantly stop what she was doing. Her head tilting up in the air as if she smelled something. Bella tried to smell, tried to sense what was out there, but she had nothing. Renesmee closed her eyes as she felt it, the change in the air. The change in her body. Jacob. She was out the door almost blowing it off its hinges, and flying across the backyard before anyone registered what was happening. Just as her little body was to the entrance of the forest, Renesmee leapt up and forwards in the air, instantly securing herself to the back of the giant russet wolf that came crashing through the forest as if an army of vampires were chasing him. Bella couldn't believe her eyes at how Renesmee easily maneuvered to jump onto Jacob and secure herself to him as he came out of nowhere. How they missed slamming into each other she had no idea. Jacob couldn't think straight as he rolled around, tossing Nessie in the air as he rolled, only to have her land back on him as he jumped back up. Without even speaking, Nessie quickly jumped off and turned her head as Jacob phased and quickly put on his shorts. As the minute the waistband was snapped, Nessie launched herself back into his arms. "I'm so sorry, princess. I ran as fast as I could. I actually ran smack dab into one of the giant spruce trees, hurt like a mother. I didn't care though because I missed you so freaking much." Jacob was holding Nessie securely in his arms as he felt like he just couldn't hug her tight enough. He could feel the moisture from her tears running down his shoulder. The two just held each other, Nessie not able to speak as she clung to her Jacob. They stayed like this for another 5 minutes until Edward showed up, followed by the rest of the group. Edward just shook his head as he walked past Jacob and Renesmee, still wondering how in the heck Jacob had gotten there so fast, not to mention looks like they are going to have to plant another spruce tree to replace the one Jacob shattered in half. Bella hugged Edward, and an unspoken word passed between them as they walked back into the cottage. Jacob was able to calm down as he felt Nessie finally stop crying. "Come on sweetie, let's go get something to eat, I'm starving." "Yeah." Cobb felt the projection and he knew this was deep, because Nessie didn't use her hand for this one, she used her whole upper body. He saw her pain as she showed him her nightmare. He felt her worry as she showed him how she felt when he hadn't gotten back after exactly 6 hours. She showed him her fears that he wouldn't be there for her changes. Jacob shook his head. "Wait a minute. Hey Ness." He gently tried to put her down so he could look at her. It was no use, she was plastered to his front and for all intents and purposes, it didn't look like she was letting go anytime soon. He would have to proceed with trying to talk to her without looking in her eyes. "What changes, Ness? Did something happen?" Jacob was starting to get even more concerned. Renesmee projected images of when she was a baby and woke up the next day as a toddler. Then an image as a toddler, and she woke up as young child. She went on like this till present day. Jacob tried to judge her changes now as he held her. She felt pretty much the same before he left. She was obviously growing, as evidenced by him realizing he wouldn't be able to hold her like this much longer even with his size. But other than that, he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. At least not like in the beginning. He didn't quite know what she meant. "Please don't leave me tonight, Jacob," Renesmee linked to Jacob. At that moment, the sincerity in her words, her heartfelt plea, he would blindly obey anything she said. The love, the fear, every emotion poured out into her words, and whatever was happening he would not leave her. He went to kiss the side of her cheek, realizing as he did so that her cheek was actually farther up than usual. He didn't feel like he was holding her any different, but it was a strange phenomenon since it was a normal occurrence to kiss Nessie like this. Maybe something did change. Either way, he was definitely not leaving her tonight, which meant he couldn't let her sleep alone. She knew he was always there for her. But by asking him not to leave her, it meant she didn't want him to leave her while she slept. For tonight, he wouldn't. They walked into the cottage, Nessie still not speaking, still clinging tightly to him. Jacob saw a worried Bella and a surprisingly relieved Edward. "Going to slumber party it tonight, that cool?" Jacob looked towards Bella and Edward, who gave their approval. "I'll get the pillows and blankets." Bella hurriedly went to gather the normal amount of pillows and blankets so Jacob and Renesmee could build their little fortress in the living room near the fireplace. They used to build tents out of sheets and boxes, but as Renesmee got older, they made it more like a slumber party since Jacob would not sleep in Renesmee's room. It wasn't often, but slumber party night, when Jacob did suggest it, was something that always cheered Renesmee up because it meant that she would be able to sleep right next to her best friend. Sometimes they would invite Leah and Seth, too, sleep over, but tonight it would be just Jacob and Renesmee. Jacob patiently waited as he turned to Edward. They had already talked about sensing something was going on with Renesmee after Jacob recovered a couple months back. The brief moments Edward could read Nessie's mind since that time, he was able to discern some very strong thoughts dancing around in his daughter's head. He could sense a shift in the way Renesmee was mentally processing things. During their trip today, Jasper had also said he felt similar things in regards to Renesmee's emotions. Jasper could sense them getting stronger, more mature, more intense. Jasper thought that Renesmee might be maturing enough where she was starting to truly realize Jacob's role in her life. The thought of that role being extinguished, or gone, was the emotional equivalent to getting run over by a Mack truck. Of course, for Jacob, it would have been nice to have these revelations told to him before they left for Canada, but once he found out what was going on, nothing was stopping him from getting back as quickly as he could. He'd deal with the people holding out on him when it came to Nessie at a later date. Right now it was all hands on deck to get his little princess through this. Ness, you want to watch our movie, or read a story? Jake was hoping something would cheer her up. How about a game? Jacob felt the shaking of her head. No. What can I do, Ness, to make this better? I'll do anything, you name it. Jacob truly was willingly to do whatever it took. He felt the projection coming. Christmas, their second one. It was by far the strongest emotional connection they both experienced together. You're my Jake. You'll always be my Jake. Jacob could tell that wasn't a question. It was a statement of truth. And while he understood it, after all, that was something she always said, it was odd timing. He thought for sure she would have said something about never leaving her. But no, she just kept repeating, my Jake, and then she fell sound asleep a few short minutes later. Blank. Jacob opened his eyes to find himself right back at First Beach, but not First Beach. He looked out at the wall of fog surrounding the entire area. He was back in the dream link. He jumped to his feet only to turn and come face to face with literally the woman of his dreams. Oh, thank God, Nessie. Jacob didn't need to do his, is this really Nessie check, he just knew. Renesmee hugged Jake tightly as if she was afraid he would disappear again. I missed you so much, Jake. Jacob took in Nessie's scent as it filled him with such calm. Such an undeniable feeling of love. For as odd as this world was, the fog, the slight shimmering when you tried to focus too much on any one object, it all went away at how real, how clear the feeling of being with grown-up Nessie was. This is still so weird to me. You know, Ness. Renesmee ran her fingers through Jake's hair, clinging to the soft strands that were like an intoxicating drug to her. She just held him, breathing in his essence, feeling his strong yet inviting muscles as she just fit perfectly into him. I don't care, I just want you, Jake. Whatever this place is, I just want you. Okay. That was odd. What exactly did Nessie mean by that? Jacob wondered. He wasn't ready to let his mind wander too far. Yes, this was grown-up Nessie. Yes, she was the most beautiful creature he had ever laid eyes on. Yes, they hadn't done anything but hug. But her words were very direct. Nessie, can we talk for a minute? Jacob did a quick look around as Nessie stepped back, grabbing his hand as they both sat down in the sand looking out over the water. Nessie cradled her head perfectly on Jacob's shoulder. What is it, Jake? Renesmee brought Jake's hand up to her mouth, to give it a tender kiss, squeezing it just a bit to relay her love for him. Jacob pinched his brow as he tried to figure out how to word this. You know this isn't real, right, Nessie? Jacob heard her sigh, feeling her start to tremble. It is for me, Jake. Okay, now he felt like an idiot. I mean, you do know there's a difference between this world and the real world. What do you mean? Jacob absent-me. Nedly dug his free hand through the marshmallow-type sand. I mean, in the real world you're only like 10 or 11 years old. It's really tough on me to know exactly how all this works because the last thing I want to do is hurt you. You mean by not kissing me? Renesmee tilted her head up to look at Jake, pleading with her eyes for him to kiss her. See, that's what I mean. I know you're a woman, my grown-up Nessie. But are you really grown-up, Nessie? I'm not a child, Jake. I would be more than willing to show you if you don't believe me. Jake quickly swallowed the lump in his throat. It was sure getting hot here in Dream World. Now see, when you say things like that, I know you're grown up. But the last time I was here, when I went back, it was like younger, you knew what happened. Renesmee thought. She actually understood what Jake was trying to say. So you're afraid if we do anything here, it might affect me in your other world. This is really when Jacob wished he had the smarts like Jasper or Carlisle. It was so much easier being a wolf. You see a vamp, you destroy. Trying to figure out all this supernatural voodoo stuff was really giving him a headache. You understand why I'm hesitant, don't you? Jacob pleaded with her to understand what he was trying to say. Renesmee squeezed him tighter, foregoing any Jacob restrictions and kissing Jacob on the cheek. She then placed her head back where it belonged, on Jake's shoulder. Of course I understand, baby. And that's one of the reasons I love you so much. Here, in our little world you can have me in any way you want, but yet you still care so deeply for every part of me that you don't dare take a chance at hurting me here or in the other world. Jacob almost choked at her words. I hate to say this, Nessie, but if you knew what I was thinking now, you might not give me so much credit. Renesmee smiled as she crawled around in front of Jacob, now straddling him as she wrapped her long legs securely around him, looking him straight in the eyes. Jacob froze, his hands coming up to her hips almost by reflex. Renesmee bounced her head back and forth, her long bronze ringlets swaying side to side with her motion. Jacob, honey, I can honestly tell you that here. Renesmee motioned to the area around them. I am your eternal mate, your lover. Oh, I think I'm starting to understand that. But that still doesn't help me. Because as much as well I want you, I will not hurt little Nessie. I'm sorry, but I won't do that to her. Renesmee was getting frustrated. Jake, please don't refer to us as two different people. I don't like feeling I'm competing for your affection with someone else. Jacob tilted his head slightly. Even when that someone else is you. Yes, Jake. I'm sorry, but I don't know how all this works. All I know is you're here, you're mine, and I want you. I don't care what 10-year-old me feels. But I do care, Nessie. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Jacob felt like he was not going to get anywhere in this compromising position, so he tried to lift Nessie off his lap only to have her stop him by her squeezing her legs even tighter around his waist. Renesmee. He used his alpha voice. Renesmee just shook her head no. Sorry, Jake. That doesn't work on me here. Jacob slouched his shoulders in defeat. Fine, Nessie. Fine. Is that all you have to say to me, Jacob? Well, it's really hard talking to you like this. Renesmee couldn't help giving Jake a sultry look. How hard is it, Jake? That's enough. Jacob got to his feet, Renesmee still attached securely around him. Listen, Nessie. I love you, and I do mean you. The women I'm holding in my arms. But right now, little Ness needs me, and I'm not going to do this right now, whether it makes sense or not. Renesmee reluctantly got down, but she still had her arms around Jake's neck. Renesmee was done playing games. She was still trying to figure all this stuff out too, and no matter how she felt about her other self, well, they all had one thing in common, Jake. Did it ever occur to you why you're here, Jake? Jacob knew Nessie had a really good point. Why was he here? He didn't think he was attacked again. Okay, now that you mention it, why am I here? Renesmee cupped Jake's face in her hands. Basking in the warmth even this simple gesture brought her. I think you're here because I'm changing again. See, Nessie said the same thing, but I'm not sure I understand that. Jacob tried to think of what changing meant. Was it really changing physically? If that was it, then why the dream link? So how old did you say I was in your other world? Renesmee inquired, trying to piece things together in her own head. Well, I think you're more around 10 or 11 years old. There really was not an exact science for this type of thing. And obviously you just had your near-death experience not too long ago, right? Renesmee couldn't help but shudder thinking about that moment. It was odd for her to even experience that feeling, because she was sure if something did happen to Jake, then she would get him all the time here. Yeah, about 2 months ago was when that was when the newborns attacked. Jacob this time interlocked his hands behind Nessie's back. Renesmee looked up to the sky, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Jake, I think I'm probably changing physically again, and this will be a big one. There it was again. When you say big one, what do you mean? Jacob couldn't help but be concerned. I will no longer be a little kid after tonight. Hold up a second. I never agreed to any. Oh wait, you meant never mind. Renesmee just smiled as she reached in to kiss his chin. not wanting to freak him out by kissing him on the place she so desperately wanted to. Her feelings, her body, everything is probably going to change tonight. From this point forward she will begin to be more like me. But this is just too soon. I mean, I was just holding her in my arms today, my little Nessie. Jacob remembering after he returned from the trip to Canada. That won't be the case anymore, Jake. You knew this was going to happen. Renesmee couldn't help but feel a little hurt. Did he really not want her? Jacob could see the hurt in Nessie's eyes. Babe, it's not that I don't want you. God, I want you so bad. Jacob gathered himself as he saw Renesmee smile again as she buried her head right under his neck. It's just too soon. I'm not ready to give little Nessie up yet. Renesmee understood what he meant. Of course Jake would think that. He loved everything about her and that's why she wanted to help him. She needs you, Jake. That's probably why you're here. You need to be there for her to help her through this. Jacob deflated at that point. He knew grown-up Nessie was right. Whether he wanted it to happen tonight or not, if Nessie was going to change, then he would be there for her. And Jake, you might want to wake up now. Blank. Jacob instantly opened his eyes staring at the stranger in his arms. What the? Jacob jumped to his feet as he gently let go of the stranger. Jake. Realization hit him. Nessie. It was Nessie, but yet it wasn't. He had to wonder if he was back in the dream world, although this Nessie was still young. Just no longer a child. That was when he saw the pain in her eyes. Any reservation he had instantly disappeared as he gathered Nessie into his arms, remembering the dream link. It hurts, Jake. My whole body feels like it's been twisted inside out. Renesmee was trying to control her pain, but it was no use. Her body was coming back from a major change. Bells. Jacob called out and Bella was instantly in the living room. Oh my God. Bella brought her hand to her mouth, seeing how much her little one had grown overnight. Bella is everything all Edward couldn't finish as he saw his now teenage-looking daughter. Bella could see that the pajamas Renesmee went to bed with no longer fit. They were way too small. Everything had seemed to blossom overnight as she approached her daughter who was still in Jacob's embrace. Edward, go to my room and get something for Renesmee to wear. Jacob interjected, I got it, Bells. Edward, just go get Carlisle. Jacob, careful not to move Nessie too much, held her close with one strong arm while he quickly took off his shirt and placed it carefully over Nessie. Renesmee instinctively brought the collar of the shirt up to her nose to take in Jacob's scent. Even though he was right in front of her, just the act of smelling his shirt, feeling as if she was engulfed with his scent, was already calming her. I'm right here, babe, I got you. Jacob then picked Nessie up in a princess carry. Not realizing the term of endearment he used. He could feel her tightened muscles, but she projected to him how thankful she was to have him hold her. Renesmee almost forgot entirely about the pain as Jacob lifted her in his arms after calling her, babe. She practically melted into him. Bella went quickly and brought Renesmee a drink of water. She reached up and kissed her on the cheek. It hurts, Mom. Mom. That was the first time Renesmee ever referred to Bella as Mom instead of Mommy. Okay, sweetie. What can we do to help? Renesmee gave a strained smile as she looked up at Jake. This helps. She was able to barely get out between clenched teeth. I'm scared, Jake. Renesmee placed her head against his cheek. She was surprised he didn't need to lift her. I'm not going anywhere, Nessie. We'll get through this together. Jacob held her closer. With barely enough strength to respond, Renesmee asked, Promise. Promise. 5 months after newborn attack. Bella and Edward's cottage. Renesmee violently awoke, the muscle cramps surging throughout her entire body causing her to bite down so hard that she felt like her teeth were going to snap off. She instantly grabbed her pillow from under her head and slammed it across her mouth, trying her best to muffle her cries, praying Jake would not hear her. It was happening again. She tried the normal counting, breathing, everything that Jacob and Jasper taught her the last time this happened, but none of it was working. Renesmee could feel the perspiration soaking through her pajamas from her muscles contracting. And from her own overexertion at trying to stop the shooting pain and stop from crying out. She once again counted to 10, taking deep breaths as she now hugged the pillow to her side, having it ready if another spasm happened. The rest of the family had gone to hunt, but Renesmee knew Jake was in his usual spot, right outside her window. He would be in wolf form, as always, protectively guarding her through the night. He had done this since the beginning, and no matter how many times she begged him to just stay in her room, sleep in her bed, he wouldn't do it. He was always such the gentleman. And before she even knew what a gentleman was. Luckily Jake had willingly given her one of his pillows as early as last week, so his soothing scent was still on it, calming her even when the pain shot through every muscle in her body. Renesmee could feel herself regaining control as her body started to relax, Jake's scent on her pillow and knowing he was right outside doing wonders in helping her body to relax. Renesmee was not expecting another one of her growth spurts so soon. It was only a few months ago when the really big one hit. That was much worse than this one, as she remembered vividly the pain she went through that night. Before that one, and now this one, she hadn't had one of these booms, as she called it, in a while, so whether she was expecting it or not, it had arrived again. Renesmee's heart constricted thinking about the last growth boom before this one. It had hit her almost 2 months after the most terrifying event of her life, the newborn attack on Jacob. Everything around her, her thoughts, the muscle cramps, even the air seemed to change as she thought back to that moment in time. Looking back, she had to admit that during that 2 to 3 week span of Jacob recovering from the venom of the newborns, she had handled everything really well. She realized now that she was still so young back then being only a few months ago. She knew back during that time, she just wasn't ready emotionally to understand the consequences of the events of that newborn attack. Now, however, she did understand completely, and thinking back to that day, thinking of how she could have lost Jake still caused her nightmares. Thinking of losing Jake was 100 times, no, a trillion times worse than the cramps she was experiencing. Renesmee wasn't sure if somehow that event, that horrible event, had triggered the last growth spurt, or if she was just on some supernatural accelerated growth schedule. But the last one, before now, was the biggest one yet, more so than now. That last one propelled her into a growth category where she wasn't considered the little princess anymore. She still hadn't had her menstrual cycle, but the last spurt had introduced her to a whole new world. A world that involved a full suite of new clothes, undergarments, and hygiene. Finally feeling her body relax, she staggered out of bed, trying to stretch out her muscles the best she could. It took her a minute to get her bearings, but she was able to stumble to the full-length mirror as she wanted to examine any noticeable changes that might have happened overnight. Being part vampire, and being trained by an elite supernatural wolf, Renesmee had conditioned herself to notice every minute detail of everything around her, including herself. Her senses were always on alert, her eyes constantly scanning for changes or anything out of the ordinary. That definitely helped tremendously when defending herself and fighting, and it also didn't hurt to track her body's progress. As she was counting the days till it was time for her phasing. She smiled as she looked at herself in the mirror, remembering that conversation with Jake at their special spot near the cliffs. It was the night she so innocently announced she wanted to marry Jake and start a family with him. Surprisingly enough, she wasn't even remotely embarrassed at all by that memory or anytime someone brought it up. It's not really that hard to not be embarrassed by the absolute truth, that of course being to marry Jake. That desire hadn't subsided in the least bit, matter of fact, if anything it got stronger and stronger every day. Renesmee remembered that conversation when Jake said, "Just like my body had to wait to a certain age to phase, your body needs to wait until it's ready." She knew she still had some growing to do. Her cycle being the first step, but looking at her body now in the mirror, it was like her body was trying its best to catch up with her heart and mind. Renesmee was already slightly taller than her mom. Almost awkwardly tall now, as if her body still wasn't proportionately equalized yet. She couldn't help but look down at her chest, which it looked like those had grown again too. Which meant height wasn't the only thing she passed her mom in already. She still was getting used to wearing a bra, but Alice and Rosalie were adamant about keeping the girls contained. She wondered why her aunts called them girls, and not just what they were, breasts. Alice and Rosalie always seemed to come up with strange names for the different body parts as if it was some kind of game. Either way, she could tell her breast had grown yet again, still not uncomfortable, or in the way of the things she loved to do. They were definitely noticeable now, and considering where she was at 3 months ago. Her chest and legs had to be where the most growth was. It was such a strange phenomenon as Renesmee looked at the girl in the mirror. Her hair had grown too, no longer were there the unruly curls, as her long bronze hair had straightened out a little more, and a reddish tint seemed to be predominantly visible now. She still had the ringlets and curls that Jake loved, but the unruly look, or as Jake called it, the Merida look, had become much more tame. It did look like everything, from her forehead to her toes, had filled out in some way or the other. She noticed her cheek bones had raised a bit, slightly higher, and even though she still retained a roundness to her cheeks, but even that roundness had reduced slightly. Her jawline also lengthened as her lips now seemed to be even fuller than they were a month ago. Her eyes were still a chocolate brown, but she had noticed a slight red tinge surrounding her cornea. Even her pale, pink skin was starting to darken a little more, but Renesmee was sure that was more due to her time in the sun with Jacob as opposed to anything related to her growth spurt. With a slightly darkening skin, it was still a stark contrast compared to Jake's. She smiled. It was actually a perfect contrast to Jake, as if both their skins were a canvas, and an expert painter created the most perfect colors to blend together. Renesmee was thankful too that due to her continued training, she was definitely toned, but her softness remained, which was a contrast to her family's stone-like skin. These spurts, unlike when she was younger, no longer scared her. As a child, it wasn't the pain of the growth spurts that scared her, it was the sudden change in appearance. Renesmee remembered her first weeks after birth. Each time she looked in the mirror, she saw someone different. While her mind was far advanced, even at that young age, it was still scary to look in the mirror and see someone you didn't even recognize. Now it wasn't as frightening. Even though looking in the mirror, she definitely saw someone different, it still wasn't the woman she thought herself as, at least she hoped not yet. She was just too gangly for her liking. It was so hard to explain. But she felt like her phasing was still yet to come. It would be a time when she would finally become the woman that Jacob needed. Okay, she had to remind herself not to think like that. Her heart swelled at thinking of how sweet Jake was when she mentioned something similar to him before about becoming the woman meant for him. She wrapped her arms around her growing body, hugging herself tightly as if that could in any way resemble the hug from the man she loved more than anything in the world. Jake was always so sweet to her. He would never let her think she was anyone's property, or she was made for anyone. Of course they knew they would always be together, but Jake always encouraged her to be independent, to always know that it was a partnership, and equal in all things. That was one thing she loved so much about him. Jake could have easily taken the approach that she was some china doll that couldn't be subject to any kind of pain or suffering. That she should be some sheltered person, not able to do anything on her own. That just wasn't Jake. Renesmee had to stop herself as she realized how she was thinking of Jake now, as opposed to a few months ago. A few months ago, Jacob was her warm, protective blanket on a cold winter's night. He was the comforter, the person that she could easily curl up with and not have a care in the world. Now, when she thought of that same scenario, that analogy, Jake was not only the warm blanket on a cold winter's night, he was the hot chocolate with marshmallows, in front of a warm burning fire. She giggled to herself, thinking of how Jake reacted when she said the very same thing to him a couple weeks ago. "You think I'm hot chocolate?" She laughed again, thinking that was all he got out of the whole analogy. He was so proud though that he was Nessie's hot chocolate. The way he acted, you'd think she just gave him his own nickname, like his Nessie. That was another thing Renesmee realized as she contemplated not only her ever-changing body, but her ever-changing feelings and vocabulary towards Jake. Where before, "my Jake," was common terminology, something she regularly said, now it was no longer the case. She wasn't even completely sure why. The statement was absolutely true, Jake was hers and hers only, but saying it now seemed childish. She knew Jacob really didn't mind. Once again, his Nessie and "my Jake" were just statements of fact, eternal truths in the great cosmos, not necessarily terms of endearments that needed to be said on a daily basis. Wow, she thought to herself. He had to seriously wonder if the recent boom not only affected her body but also her mind. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility that it actually could affect her heart and mind also. That was okay though. Just one more step before her phasing happened. She took one more look in the mirror as she knew Jake was awake now. but of course being the gentleman he was, he would never bother her until she acknowledged him. She just shook her head thinking if Jake only knew he never had to wait for any acknowledgement. She trusted him completely to the point where nothing was off limits for him. And Jake knew those weren't just words from her, and he didn't freak out about it either. He treated that trust that she had in him like a prized trophy, some great gift that he cherished, but something that he did not abuse. That was another reason she always felt so comfortable with him, because he never did anything that would cause her to want limits, to want boundaries. Of course that didn't mean there weren't boundaries. But they weren't one-sided. Jacob never demanded anything his way or the highway. Everything they did, every decision they made, even when she was so young, they did together. That of course didn't mean they always agreed 100% with the decisions, but they would compromise where needed, and hold strong to others. Sleeping in the same bed was one of those compromises. After the Volturi War, there was no way she could be without Jake at nighttime or really for any extended period of time. She cried when he wouldn't sleep in her room with her. But then they compromised. Jake promised to always be nearby. Whether he slept right outside her window, or sometimes right outside her door, and he would always sleep in wolf form. She knew it was so he could always be ready to protect. But she finally relented because with their link, they could still talk to each other. That warm feeling filled her body. She giggled thinking of the feeling like drinking hot chocolate. Half those nights, she would end up sleeping curled up with her wolf, whether it was outside or in the house. Her mom and dad finally got tired of taking her back to her bed. It wasn't like that all the time, but if she had to guess, half the week was spent like that. Now though, after the last growth spurt, that wasn't the case. They hadn't really talked about it, but she was sure it had to do with her growth. No more slumber parties. Jake was still a man of stature that even then was dwarfed by his wolf form, so her growing size wasn't the reason they did not sleep curled up with each other. She knew it was something more. Looking at the growth of certain areas of her body, she had a feeling why. She was just thankful it wasn't Jake saying no, or rejecting her, it was just their bond. They both knew a change was happening, and sleeping apart, most nights, were just what was called for. Hey beautiful, I'm sorry to bother you, but mind throwing me a pair of my sweats? I guess Emmett Thogue. It would be funny to steal my clothes again. Hot chocolate, was what kept playing in Renesmee's head as she gathered herself hearing Jake's link. Sure Jake, I'll get you one from my dresser. You okay Ness? Renesmee stopped right in front of the dresser at Jake's question. I'm okay Jake, just another boom this morning. A brief silence. Yeah, I felt something was off, and then I could sense you struggling. I wanted so bad to come in, but well you know. And then with lug nuts stealing my clothes, I just thought you'd want some privacy. A tear was forming in her eyes at just how thoughtful he was. She just wanted him to hold her. Renesmee tossed the sweatpants out her window and went to her door, waiting patiently. Will you just please come in Jake? It only took a second and Jake was standing right outside her door. Jake gave a whole new meaning to sight for sore eyes as she crashed into him, wrapping her arms around his waist, reaching around him without much effort. Wow Nessie, you grew again didn't you? Jacob could feel and sense the change as her head now fit securely in his chest. They hadn't hugged like this in a few weeks, and it surprised him how she fit now in his arms. The SCARED thoughts started creeping into his mind again, the ones he felt before the almost war, when they didn't know when she'd stop growing. They were betting a whole lot on the words of the half-breed from Brazil, about the aging process. The only thing that helped was even Carlisle had come to the same conclusions. Still, didn't stop the moment of panic from creeping into Jacob's thoughts. Renesmee could hear the change in his heartbeat. The sudden heat change in his body, the slight tremor. Once again, a normal person wouldn't have noticed, but she wasn't a normal person. She arched her back a little, surprising herself at her change in height with Jake. She reached a calming hand to the side of his cheek. She wasn't going to project, some things were just more important to say out loud. I'm okay Jake. This is normal. Maybe a little ahead of schedule, but I'm going to be okay. Her heart ached seeing his worry. One thing she learned a while ago, imprinting did not just go one way. She hurt when Jake hurt. She was happy when Jake was happy. She was worried when Jake worried, and worried was what she felt now. Jacob was about to respond when Nessie brought a finger up to his lips to hush him. I know Jake, I know. But nothing is going to happen to me. Remember Nessie's law, she knew this would cheer him up. In barely a whisper, Nessie will never leave Jake. Jacob closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Willing himself to get rid of those thoughts that killed him in Nessie's first few months, the thoughts of losing her so quickly. Wanting to change the subject, feeling a change in Jake. Sensing that he was burying those feelings deep again and wanting to help. Let's go make some breakfast and then don't forget, Alice said we're playing baseball today in the afternoon. Yep, this aimed to cheer him up as besides herself and food, sports and cars were next on Jacob's favorite things list. I'll make the eggs, you got the pancakes. Jacob couldn't hide the sudden growl in the deep recesses of his stomach. His stomach always betrayed him, and more so at the mouth-watering thought of Nessie's amazing pancakes. Renesmee smiled, reaching up and giving Jake a kiss on the cheek. Sounds good and I'm starving. This was a big spurt this morning. Jacob under his breath replied, you're telling me. Renesmee couldn't help the blush come over her as she pulled Jacob down to the kitchen. She wondered exactly what he meant by that remark. She had a feeling it wouldn't be too long when she would know exactly what that really meant. Blank. Makeshift baseball field. The game was well underway, the storm already crashing down around them. Jacob's extended pack was here along with two of the newly phased. Jacob always would bring some young Lin GS to the game as a fun way to have the wolves intermingle with Jacob's other family. It was a way to show the wolves that some vampires were not the blood-sucking demons that they all had been led to believe. Jacob had originally brought the pack along for a football game a while back, but that quickly proved to have the opposite effect. By the middle of the game it looked like something out of a monster movie with vampires playing against werewolves. Where Emmett was hardcore about any kind of games or sports, magnify that by 10 and that was the wolves. Jacob was always hardcore, Emmett Jr. or Emmett referred to as Jacob Jr. Either way, those two were a powder keg of testosterone, adrenaline, and muscles all ready to blow. So combine that with the wolf pack, yeah, football both began and ended with the Turkey Bowl of 2007. The Turkey Bowl disaster actually led to Jacob recommending baseball instead. The great thing being that wolves had the ability to also sense changes in the weather. It wasn't as an exact science as Alice's vision, but with her abilities being somewhat blocked by the wolves, at least there was more options now to choose from for pitchers. Also, unlike Alice, Renesmee seemed to have no problem predicting the thunderclaps, so baseball was the sport of choice. There was also one minor wrinkle in the plan too. Jacob was not allowed in the outfield anymore as per Renesmee Cullen. It was after the second game together that Renesmee finally put her foot down, and for a tiny foot, it made quite the loud statement. While it never bothered Renesmee whether the other wolves played in the outfield, she would not allow Jacob to play there anymore. Jacob and Emmett and even her father had this competition on who could get the ball first. Usually Jacob could keep up with most vampires even in human form, but her father's speed was just too much. The only way to keep up was phasing. Jacob thought it was hilarious to phase and unphase randomly when chasing after a ball. Of course she was never allowed to look behind her when this happened, but after some comments from others, ones she never did quite understood, she just did not like Jacob being the center of attention when it didn't involve her. Yes, she was very protective of Jacob, some would say even way over the top, but she did not think it was appropriate for Jacob to elicit those kind of responses. It just made her feel small for some reason. She stormed off from the game and went and sat in the car, not speaking to anyone. Of course the focal point of her annoyance was the only one to get her to calm down. She beat her own personal record that day of 5 minutes and 10 seconds of being mad and not talking with Jacob. She was pretty proud of herself for being able to withstand her wolf for so long. Especially after he jumped on the car in wolf form and sat on his haunches, whining like a puppy as he looked longingly at her through the rain-soaked windshield. So Jacob was of course on Nessie's team, along with two younglings, Chuck and Morgan. Bella was also on the team along with Quill, Leah, and Carlisle. The opposing team consisted of trash-talking Embry, his only equal in the verbal diarrhea category, Emmett. Then Rosalie, Edward, Seth, Jasper and Alice, with Esme umpiring as usual. Jacob was catching and was quickly becoming a match for Embry and Emmett in the insult department. Nessie was pitching, which of course motivated Jacob to trash talk even more, to distract those batting. The Wolves played in the outfield, each in wolf form, even Leah, then Bella and Carlisle as infielders. Renesmee's team was up by 1, the last inning, and 2 outs. Renesmee was zoning in, trying to time just right the thunderclap. She had to roll her eyes as Aunt Rosalie came to the plate. She knew the bantering would be coming full force. Even though Rose was now an official member of Jacob's pack, it didn't halt the bantering back and forth between the two. If anything, without the hidden anger there was before, the bantering had actually increased. "Hi Rose." Jacob smirked behind the plate as the tenacious vampire was practicing her swings. "Jax," Rose said out of the side of her mouth, looking back toward the mound where her niece was smiling at her. Jacob saw Nessie getting ready. He could feel the change in the air as a lightning strike was about to happen. The lightning struck. Now, Jacob thought. "Don't forget to swing hard, Rose, just in case you hit it." Rose turned at the last second only to find the ball already in Jacob's hand almost the exact moment the thunder sounded. "Rose, ya gotta swing that bat yourself, batteries aren't included." Jacob easily tossed the ball back to Nessie, ignoring the steam coming from the blonde vampire holding the very sturdy-looking bat in front of him. Strike 1. Rose tried to shake it off, she was not letting the dog get to her. Jacob couldn't school his smile as he saw the warning from Nessie. "Hey Rose. When was the last time you've driven someone home?" Rose was not going to be distracted, nope, all her concentration was on crushing the ball so she could get her payback. Once again Jacob sensed the impending lightning strike then thunderclap. "Was it at your junior prom?" "Darn it," Rose chided herself as she swung a tad too late, fouling the ball off to the far right. Strike 2. "I've seen better swings on a porch, Rose. Maybe try the other side of the plate." Jacob was beaming with pride. One more strike and Nessie would be able to do something that has never been done in the entire history of vampire baseball, strike a vamp out. For this great moment in history, Jacob knew he would have to dig deep into his knowledge base. This had to be the best one yet. He needed to first consult with his pitcher. Jake raised a hand, time ump. He looked back at Esme, who of course nodded her head in approval. Jacob jogged out to Nessie, ignoring the overdramatic sigh from Rosalie and the crude comments from Edward and Emmett, who were on second and third base. "Jake, you shouldn't be teasing Rose like that. You two have come so far." Renesmee instinctively reached out to hold Jacob's hand, ignoring the additional comments from Emmett. "She'll be alright. That's just how we roll. But hey, you've got a chance to do something no one has done before, strike out a vampire." Renesmee just rolled her eyes. Only Jake would NK, that was the most important thing in the world, he was being such a guy. I know. It's not important to you, but can you imagine the bragging rights I'll have for the next month or so? Well, at least as long as I can milk it for. This would be such awesome payback for Emmett stealing my clothes this morning." Jacob wasn't opposed to getting on a knee and begging, but he figured he would give her his famous, "Jacob really wants something," look. It usually made her cave. Once again, Renesmee just rolled her eyes. She really had to start worrying about her eyesight with all the eye-rolling she was doing lately. "Fine, Jake. For you I'll try." Jacob brought both hands up to his heart in dramatic fashion. "My hero." Renesmee, not liking him letting go of her hand so quickly, used the freedom of said hand to punch his arm. Ouch, that hurt. Jacob was only teasing, but he knew it was time to get serious. "Okay, bring the heater." With that, Jacob turned around to head back to the plate. Jake." Renesmee had her hands on her hip. Jacob stopped and headed back to the pitcher's mound. "Oops, sorry. Just excited." Jacob reached down and kissed the side of her cheek. Seeing that things were back to normal, Jacob turned and headed back behind the plate. "You really are pathetic, you know that." Rose was cracking her neck as she readied the bat. "It's a hybrid thing," Jacob sarcastically replied as he got back behind the makeshift home plate. Jacob closed his eyes and took a deep breath, using his senses to feel the world around him. He opened his eyes knowing the next one was coming soon. Time for the big guns. "Hey Rose, why did the alpha let the blonde vampire join his pack?" Rosalie just shook her head, concentrating all her focus on the next pitch. She tried to ignore the mutt, doing all she could to drain his annoying voice out. She saw the lightning just as Renesmee was winding up to pitch. Her focus was on making contact. That's when she heard it, barely above a whisper. "Because she's The only vampire he could completely trust to protect his family. Rose quickly looked up to the sky and back down just as the pitch was coming. Damn that stupid mutt again. She swung her bat, knowing full well it was a tad too late. Strike 3, you're out. Esme said it, although she didn't believe it, as everyone stood in shock for a good 5 seconds. Even Jacob was speechless, which was very unusual during any kind of sporting event. Jacob stood, holding the ball in his hands like it was a treasured artifact. He whispered, "I know what you did, Rose, thank you." Then he was off towards the pitcher's mound, picking up Nessie and twirling her around as if they won the World Series. Esme approached her daughter, wrapping her arm around her. "Proud of you, Rose." Rose smiled inwardly as she acted defeated, but was happy inside seeing Jacob and Renesmee. "I owed the mongrel. Now we're even." Esme had to laugh a little, thinking that Rose's payment to Jacob was helping Renesmee to actually accomplish something. Wasn't even strange anymore, thinking of the love Jacob had for her granddaughter. Esme smiled as she walked to the center of the mound where everyone, even the new wolves, were celebrating. Was one of those days where you look back at with fond memories. Esme just hoped the coming days would provide more good memories. Unfortunately, for some reason, she felt that might not be the case. Edward could remember back right after Renesmee was born. As much as he hated to admit it, of all the people in their family, Jacob was the most experienced in handling and taking care of kids. He was a reason all the younglings in Jacob's tribe turned to him for guidance, and that guidance was much appreciated when it came to Renesmee. Jacob was right after all, they were mostly a house full of teenagers, and his and Bella's relationship was still so new. Renesmee needed someone to watch over her, and while he and Bella were doing a good job all things considered, they were so new in their relationship that it was hard for them to give Renesmee everything she needed. Edward thought it would be easier at first, committing themselves to devoting all their time to raising Renesmee. That commitment, although noble in theory, became harder and harder to achieve due to them figuring out their own new relationship with each other. That was another reason they were so thankful for Jacob. His main purpose in life was Renesmee, which provided her with the guidance she needed. The tough part was how to deal with the emotional things that Renesmee would be going through now, because it wasn't like Bella and he were experts on those things either. He had to cringe thinking about their own emotional roller coaster that led to him leaving and then almost getting himself killed. Why we're not experts at all in handling the emotional side of a growing teenager. Once again, that is why they relied on Jacob to help in that area too, because physical protection was not the only thing the imprint provided. Thus the reason for the meeting now. You know, she's kind of upset with you right now for not allowing her to be here for this conversation. Edward looked over to Jacob. Jacob let out a nervous laugh. Trust me, I know. She already told me I'd be lucky if I get to even hold her hand or give her a kiss for a whole hour because she's that mad. Bella just smiled. Her girl sure had a stubborn streak in her. Must have got that from Edward. Don't worry though, she knows I'll cave and tell her everything anyway, she just feels she should be here. Jacob rubbed a worried hand through his hair as he kept looking back at the door to the cottage, wanting so badly for Nessie to walk through it anyway. Edward, knowing this was an important topic, since Jacob was already going on 15 minutes away from Renesmee, he decided to let him explain. So tell us what's on your mind, Jacob. The irony of Edward asking that not lost on anyone in the room. So I think it's pretty clear how Nessie feels about me. The events of the newborn attack and everything previous still fresh in everyone's mind. Those feelings were cute and adorable, but now that she has matured more, not so cute and adorable. What do you mean, Jacob? Bella knew where he was going with this, but Edward needed to understand, being his young teen years were over a century ago. Well, growing up with sisters, not to mention the tribal community. I had a lot of experience seeing what girls went through, especially during their teen years. Some feelings could be pretty intense during those times. I know you know what I'm talking about, Bells. Edward shifted uncomfortably, not liking this line of conversation one bit. It's the point where their bodies tell them they're ready to well mate, but their minds and hearts haven't exactly caught up yet. It's that in-between stage before they reach full maturity but also don't feel like little girls anymore. Yes, I think we understand. Edward looked to Bella, hoping that she was supporting him in his desire to get this over with, but as usual, she was attentive to Jacob as though he was the only one in the room. Well, with Nessie it's almost the reverse. Her mind and emotional state is so much more advanced than her physical state. My concern is Jacob paused, wanting to make sure he got this right. Wait, let me back up a sec. Jacob got up from the couch and started pacing. This was really important and he wanted to get it right. So you know the proverbial wall people put up when they're courting the opposite sex. The one that inhibits them from just fully committing to someone the second they meet them. It's a wall that almost forces people to begin building trust, establish open lines of communication. Pretty much everything us three had to go through including the Edward was crazy to leave phase. Well, I wouldn't say the blame was entirely on me, Jacob. Edward objected. Jacob stopped pacing. Think about it, Edward, if you knew then, everything you know now. The trust and love you have for each other, and you two communicated your wants and desires back then, there really wouldn't have been a love triangle. If Bella would have just opened her true self to me, and not have doubted your love because of your actions, things would have been so much easier. The Alpha did have a point. Those were emotional walls we all put up, which caused a whole lot of stupid decisions and actions on all our parts. This was it, Jacob knew as he turned to his future in-laws. Imagine if there were no walls between us, no walls between you and Bells, you and me, Bells and me. That is how it is with Nessie and I. Bella shook her head. This was nothing new. Jacob, we understand that. We know our daughter is committed to you and your future. We trust you, Jacob, always have. Jacob shook his head as if they didn't get it. Bells, no, think about it. If you have no emotional walls, you know your mate will always be there, never lie to you, never hurt you, always love you, then there is no wall. There is nothing to keep you from thinking you're already eternally bound. It was then Edward knew what Jacob was talking about. He held Bella's hand as she too realized what this meant. Since Renesmee was already fully committed to Jacob, she would feel there would be no barriers when different feelings came to her. She would not understand the need to wait, the need to set boundaries. Renesmee had already shown this deep commitment to Jacob pretty much every waking moment of her life. But something occurred to Edward. Are we sure she'll even go through this teenage phase? Jacob just looked at Edward like he still didn't quite get it. Edward, the point isn't if she goes through a teenage phase, it's when her feelings for me change. Accelerated growth or not, that'll happen, and I'm pretty sure it already has. Bella gave an understanding look to Jacob. I know everything will be all right, Jacob, we trust you. Jacob held up his hand. Will you just stop with that? This isn't about me, this is about Nessie. Jacob didn't mean to snap at Bella, but he was really getting tired of everyone saying they trusted him as if that was the answer to every problem. He wasn't perfect, he made mistakes too. And he needed help. Nessie was worth putting every resource on the table to make sure she was protected. Physically protected was not the problem, that was more than taken care of between all his family. It was the emotional protection he needed help with, because lately it was getting harder and harder to control his own feelings. I'm sorry. I do appreciate the trust, but my trust is not the problem. The problem is when Nessie wants a kiss to mean something more. A hug to be a little more intimate. And, I love you, to mean something different. I'm not going to Brea. Her heart, and I sure as hell won't let her think I don't want her as my soulmate. Jacob nodded to Edward to let him know his mind was open to him. Edward was blown away when he read Jacob's mind. Edward smiled, realizing he wasn't the only one with old-fashioned beliefs, although for Jacob, marriage didn't really mean the same to his people. When Edward gave him the nod that he understood, he wanted to also explain to Bella. In our tribe, marriage is almost second to the imprint. We believe the commitment is so much stronger with the imprint, and marriage is just more of a formality. Jacob took a deep breath. With that said, however, my other family, the one I love just as much, I want to respect how they feel of marriage, and I want Nessie to understand the importance too. I'm just not sure how to go about all this. Bella completely understood the whole wall analogy. She trusted Jacob without a doubt, so him hurting her little girl was never a factor in her thought process. It was the one reason she was willing to give up her little girl to his care during the almost war with the Volturi. But therein lies the problem Jacob is talking about. Jacob, I truly think Renesmee already understands the importance of marriage. She is constantly asking her aunts and myself about it. She knows that is the way the world will know she is officially committed to you. We all know that she does. Not like everyone thinking only you were the one that imprinted. She wants everyone to know that she is just as much committed. Bella felt a slight pang in her heart remembering her girl's suffering after the newborn attack. Bella continued, taking comfort in her husband's hand over hers. Have faith that Renesmee will be able to handle these changing feelings. No matter how awkward we might think the topic is, let her decide for herself. Just continue to do what you've always done, be open and honest with her. Jacob started feeling a little better as he added, put our faith in Nessie and the fact we all love her so much. I think she'll surprise us all. Jacob turned to the door, as he saw the light of his life enter through. Renesmee was looking at the three people she loved most in the world. Jacob was in trouble of course. But she could sense that this meeting was important. But still, Jacob needed to learn that he was not to leave her out of things like this, especially after everything that happened lately. Her heart fluttered as Jacob tentatively walked up to her, her breath catching ever so slightly in her chest. She folded her arms in front of her, scrunching her face as she stared down the source of her anger. Trying to hide her real feelings with an overdramatization, Jacob knelt down in front of Nessie, his head bowed, submitting himself to her as if she was his alpha, which in reality, Jacob knew that was exactly how it was. May I please give you a kiss? Renesmee rolled her eyes. He did not just ask her that. She sighed as she reached her hand to the side of his cheek, projecting to him how upset she felt for him leaving her out of this conversation with her parents. I love you too, Nessie. Renesmee shook her head. That's not what she projected, and that was so not fair that he was doing this to her. Jacob needed to know how mad she was. She forgot what she was thinking as Jacob suddenly kissed her on the side of the cheek. Jacob linked to her, let's go for a run, what do you say? She stood her ground, her determination to stay mad deteriorating by the minute. Why couldn't she stay mad at him? She made a mental note to ask her dad if he was sure wolves didn't have the power of compulsion. She only hesitated for a second, realizing a run was something that might just help. Love you, Mom and Dad. Then she effortlessly slid around to Jacob's back. She would never get too big for this, hugging tighter than usual, projecting to him how much she loved him. She smiled as he lovingly tapped the side of her leg, and then they were off, Jacob phasing as they left. Edward reached his arm around Bella, hugging her close. You know, Bells, for all we've put that man through, not to mention all he's had to endure, I think those two deserve their own story someday. Blank. Jacob and Nessie's spot. They arrived at their spot in record time, Renesmee thinking Jacob did that on purpose, showing off for her, hoping she would forget how much trouble he was in. Not going to work, she thought. Jacob felt her leave his back as they entered the clearing, a brief sense of loss as he felt her leave him. He saw her suddenly land in front of him, standing at their spot. Arms folded once again across her chest, but this time not looking at him as her back was turned to him. Come on, Ness, I thought we were good. All he saw was a bundle of beautiful bronze ringlets shaking back and forth. He tried to go around to her front, but just as he did, she turned around again. Okay, now it was time to pull out the big guns. Jacob, still in wolf form, knowing that was probably his best chance to get Nessie out of being angry with him, got down on all fours, crawling just behind her, and started whimpering. He would never do this for anyone, whimpering being a sign of submission. But for Nessie, he really had no choice. He nudged his large snout into her back, letting out another whimper as he laid his enormous head on his two front paws. Renesmee knew she was stronger than this. She had fought newborns and even survived Jacob's training so far. But then why did it seem so much harder than all those things put together to withstand Jacob? She could do this. She had the power. Another whimper. Stop it, Jacob. I'm still mad at you. Jacob could feel her resolve weakening. He quickly linked, I love you. Jacob smiled as he saw her lift her head up to the sky. Very similar to what he does when he needs to gather strength. She then turned around. I love you too, but this is not fair. What's not fair? Your ability to not let me stay mad at you. It's because you love me so much. And you can't get enough of your big strong wolf. Renesmee scrunched up her face, giving him a better watch it look. May I get a hug and kiss from my best girl? Renesmee rolled her eyes, thinking she better be his only girl. One kiss and one hug, and that's it. Once again, the arms were tightly folded across her chest. Deal. Renesmee gave him a kiss on the side of his snout and hugged him close. I missed you, jerk. I missed you too, Ness. He could tell her anger had finally subsided, which meant now would be a good time to talk. Why didn't you let me talk to Mom and Dad with you? You know we would end up talking about it anyway. Renesmee was now curled up in her favorite position, her arms wrapped as tightly as she could around Jacob's massive, furry neck. I wanted to make sure your parents were open with me and not scared to say something because you were there. It's important that we're all on the same page when it comes to our future. You and I've already talked about this before. I understand that my body has to change, just like yours did when you first phased. Nessie, talking about it, and actually going through it can be two completely different things. Plus, I wanted to make sure your parents felt part of it. But isn't this between you and I, Jake? Our family. Jake gave her a little nudge. First, we're all a family, you must never forget that. I know our bond is stronger than anyone else, but that doesn't mean that we isolate or belittle someone else's importance in our lives. The Cullens, Swans, and the Blacks will always be our family. They should be part of our pack, not left out of it. Renesmee rubbed just behind Jacob's ear, kissing him again, breaking her own rules. I know you're right, but I just really want to be our own family, Jacob. I feel like I'm racing with you through the forest, and something is pulling me back as you're so far ahead. I hate being so far behind you, Jake. Jacob had to turn his neck to make sure. This was still the young teenage Nessie he was talking to because he could swear she had aged again. Nessie, have I made you feel like I wanted more right now? No. She quickly crawled around to sit in front of her wolf. Lifting his giant maw to look at her. You've never ever made me feel anything but that I was the most special person in the world. You're my everything, Jacob, and I'm just tired of waiting. Jacob could only imagine if it was this hard for Nessie, what would it be like if she aged normal like Claire? Give me a sec to phase back, okay. Once he phased and quickly put his shorts on. Nessie turned back around, and that is when he gathered her up into a hug, pulling her close to him. It will happen, Ness, just gotta give it time. Renesmee knew there was no use complaining because Jacob would never make her feel he wanted more, that was completely on her. She just had to bide her time till her body caught up. So for now, she would continue to train and be the best at whatever Jake needed. She would listen and learn from her family, learn from the pack, learn how to be a better person for Jake. He deserved the best from her, and anything less was not acceptable. Jacob was worried as he could feel Nessie thinking hard about something. He had an idea what it was, and while he would love to give a grandeur speech about enjoying time now, making choices, etc., it was obvious Nessie had made her choice. He still could not believe how blessed he was to have her in his life. He just wished Nessie wouldn't get so stressed about these things. They had a lot of challenges in the IR future, and he was sure a lot more conversations. He knew things were getting better now, but he also knew it was not going to stay that way. He took comfort in knowing he would never be alone again. He also took comfort in the words that Nessie spoke next, a sign that everything was going to be okay now. Jake, tell me our story. Jake and Renesmee were in their makeshift shop, Jacob repairing a truck that someone from the res was having trouble with. He'd replaced the catalytic converter already but needed to flush the transmission. His right-hand girl was right there with him. She had already changed the oil, while he replaced the converter. Now they were both working on the transmission. Can you please hand me the socket wrench, Ness? Jacob was elbows deep in the engine block. Quarter inch, Renesmee asked, holding the light so Jake could see. How about the 3/8? Jake reached behind him, letting her know he was ready for the wrench. A minute went by and Jake never felt the wrench in his hand. He was about to ask Nessie when she responded. Jake, I think it's finally here. Jacob stopped what he was doing, hearing the change in Nessie's voice. Oh, okay. Do we have time to finish this up, or do you want to go get it now? Jacob thought the timing was a little quick for shipping, but he knew Nessie was really looking forward to getting the item she ordered. But he knew Nessie wasn't feeling good lately, and maybe this would cheer her up. Jacob made sure no caps were left open as he quickly finished up and stood next to the front of the truck, seeing the strange look in Nessie's eyes. He tilted his head, studying her. A strange scent hitting him. Renesmee was trying to contain her excitement. It was confusing, scary, exhilarating, and completely amazing, all at the same time. The time had finally come. Jake, no, it's here. Jake looked at her even more confused. Yeah, no worries, he was about to say sweetie, but Nessie had been acting a little weird when they had been using their terms of endearment for each other. Once again, he didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable, so he tried not use them as much. We can go get it now. We can finish this up after. Jacob took off his shirt to use it to wipe his hands. He then handed it to Nessie to use to clean herself off too, after all, not like he'd need it when he phased. Nessie, you okay? Jacob was worried for a sec as he noticed Nessie zoning out, staring at his bare chest. Did I cut myself? Jake looked down along his stomach, hoping he didn't maybe cut himself and not know it. Nessie was pretty good around blood, but for some reason lately, when it came to his blood, she had a harder time controlling herself. It was then he felt the warm touch of Nessie's hand on his cheek as she projected what was happening. Oh, really? Just now? Jacob looked down below her waist, then up into her eyes, then down again. Are you okay? Do you need me to get you those padded things Rachel gave you? Renesmee just looked at her unbelievably gorgeous best friend. Jacob was the only one to be just as beautiful on the inside as he was on the outside. Instead of freaking out or acting like this was the end of the world, his first and only thought was of her. I already took care of that, sensing something was coming. Okay. Is it cool if I hold your hand? Jacob wanted to make sure she was okay. Really? Renesmee just gave him a look, like he really had to ask. Gotcha, just wanted to make sure. Jacob carefully took her hand. Do you wanna go to your house? I think Bells and Rose should be home by now. She just shook her head no. I just wanna be with you. Jacob scrunched up his face. How about Emily? She should be at the. I said I just wanna be with you. Jacob froze for a moment, trying to process the right way to handle this. This was such a sensitive topic, starting with how Jacob initially brought the subject up to the family. But in his defense, he had a good point. They were vampires, and to have someone in their household, while going through a cycle, brought some questions that he needed answered to make sure Nessie would be safe. From his understanding, it would have been safer for Nessie to use a different form of lady product. But she was absolutely adamant about not using it. When she explained why to her parents, Jacob thought for sure Edward was going to have an aneurysm. Jacob didn't quite understand how everything worked. But apparently Renesmee took, saving herself for just Jacob, applied to everything. He had stood there long enough. Usually when it came to him and Nessie, he never had to think, but this was kind of a big deal. He always thought better when he was closer to her, so that's what he did. Come here. Jacob brought her into a hug. I'm here for you, Ness. Whatever you need, please just let me know. I just need this. She linked to him as she felt so safe in his arms. She learned long ago that Jacob would stand holding her for hours if she needed it. He was always so patient with her. Just another reason that she loved him so much. And now, she would be able to show him more of how much she loved him. She didn't realize she was projecting. Oh boy, Jacob thought, trying to figure out how to deal with the current situation. I love you, Ness, but remember, we still have to think about how we proceed. Just because this change is happening, doesn't mean we're ready for the next step. I know, Jake, but it does mean hopefully I will be able to have our children someday. Jake couldn't help himself as he choked a bit. He had been thinking of one thing, forgetting just how grown up Nessie was. Of course she would think that. How about we go back to the house and just have Gramps check to make sure everything is okay? The next part he was dreading, maybe then, together, we can talk to your mom and dad. I want to make sure things will be safe for you. Renesmee's heart melted even more, which seemed like a normal occurrence with Jake. They had all agreed, well okay, Jacob made sure everyone was aware that during this week, he would not leave her by herself. Originally the plan was to stay on the res, but that was till Rose had joined the pack officially. Now Jacob had one more person in the house he could trust without a doubt, just to make sure things stayed safe for Renesmee. Jacob also made sure Grandpa Carlisle had a plan for proper disposal, Jacob once again making sure all bases were covered. Jake, can we just go to our spot? I really don't want to deal with all that right now. I just want to be alone with you. Well, that was ominous, Jacob thought. But they had prepared for this. Talked ad nausea about it, so they would do what they had planned. Trust each other. Nessie, would you mind terribly if we rode the Harley there? They loved riding motorcycles together. Especially lately, Jacob realized, and he just thought it would be nice for them to both try to make this as normal as possible without vampire speed or phasing. Nessie had to remind herself to check with Papa Black to see if wolves had the ability to read minds because Jacob never failed her. He always knew exactly what she needed, maybe it was the imprint, but it always seemed more to her. Nessie reached up, pulling Jacob down to her so she could kiss the side of his cheek, linking, "I would love that. Blank, _ blank. The ride to their spot was over way too quick as even when they stopped. Renesmee did not move from holding tightly onto Jake's waist. It felt so right to be in this position, but she knew to move their relationship forward, they needed to set the ground rules for the next phase. Jacob walked hand in hand with her to the edge of the clearing near the cliff edge, letting Nessie take the lead from there. He wasn't sure if they should stand, sit, cuddle, run around in circles. Whatever she wanted. Sit with me, Jacob. It didn't go unnoticed from Jacob that not once had they broken physical contact with each other since the announcement. That was usually the case. But this was different. Either way, it felt right to Jacob, so he sat down, wrapping his giant arm around Nessie, who sat cuddled next to him. They had a beautiful view of the ocean. "This feels nice, Jake." Nessie took in his scent, welcomed the warmth of his body as she snuggled even closer to him. She thanked whatever God would listen that she had this man in her life. He was so supportive of her and didn't freak out, push her away, or go nuts even though the change was happening. He trusted her, he had faith in her, and that is why she had no fear about this. "Jake, I'm really going to need your help through this. Of course, Nessie, I've already planned out upping your training, and I've wanted to step up our hunting regimen. I think you're definitely ready for the A-Ray near the Canadian border, where the more dangerous game are and where I got my training during my dark time." Jacob hugged her closer. "I'm so proud of how far you've come in fighting and hunting. I don't even have to hold back anymore. You are just so badass. Sorry for the language." She looked up to see his face, a tear falling from her own at just how special he made her feel. This wasn't imprinting, this was her Jacob. "I love you so much." Jacob saw the tear, wiping it gently from her face. He didn't need to ask what was wrong or start freaking out because she was crying. That kind of crap would just lessen the meaning behind the emotion. Nessie needed validation that her emotions were real and legit, not some needy protector always freaking out the minute she showed hurt or sadness. "I love you too, Ness, always have." The two sat in silence for the next couple hours. Jacob never said a word as Nessie projected her feelings to him. She showed how excited she was for her body changing, how she was looking forward to progressing in their relationship. "First, I can't tell you how wonderfully you made me feel, trusting me to show me those things." Jacob kissed the top of her head, making sure she understood his feelings. "But right now, I'm going to have to step back just a little." Nessie jumped up on her feet, facing him with anger in her eyes. Damn, she was fast. Jacob got to his feet, grabbing a hold of her shoulders gently so she would understand him, trying to diffuse the sudden change in her demeanor. "First of all, what you're thinking I meant is not what I meant. I'm not going to stop holding your hand, hugging you, being with you, Nessie. That won't change." He felt her softening a bit, but he still saw the warning in her eyes to tread carefully. "What I meant is, we need to be a little more careful with the physical stuff that we used to take for granted." Renesmee still was not giving an inch. "You know what, screw it." Jacob cringed at his choice of words. "Who's the adult now?" Nessie gave him a take that look. "Touché." Jacob could see a small smile form at the corners of her mouth. "You know, Nessie, I guess our lifetime planning actually works out pretty good. I know. You were never fond of me not sleeping in your bed or playing in your room. I hated that you wouldn't sleep in my bed, Jacob." Jacob ducked his head a bit so she knew to look him in the eyes. "But you understand now why I did that, right? Why I did all those things?" "Yes, but that didn't mean I liked it." "I know, but look now, there's really nothing we have to change. We don't sleep in the same bed, I respect your privacy in your room. We have phasing and unphasing down to a science, and it's not like we were making out, so yeah, nothing really needs to change. I'm proud of us, Nessie." Jacob just smiled. Renesmee wasn't quite sure she should be lumped into those things, like she was in favor of them all along. If she had her way from the beginning, well, she won't go there now. Even so, whether she did not like those kind of restrictions, she could see now why they were so important. And the best thing was, Jacob let her know from the start about why he thought it was best. Jacob shook Nessie a little bit. "Hello, Nessie. Yes, I'm here. Sorry, just thinking about something. You know, I really built this up in my head to be a lot more difficult. I thought we'd have to become two completely different people, hiding from one another all the time, fearing your father." Nessie had to laugh at that one. Jacob nudged her. "Hey, gotta make Eddie feel like he can take me." Jacob flexed his muscles overdramatically. "Darn him," Nessie thought to herself. "I'll ask two things from you, Jacob. That'll be a change, but will help me tremendously." "Sure, Ness, you name it." Jacob looked at her, listening to her every word. "First, it would really help if you wore more loose-fitting shirts, or more shirts in general." "Sure, I can do that. Alice has been wanting to take me shopping for a while now, something about cutoffs and tanks are not fashion." That he could do. "Also, definitely no more flexing, please." Renesmee looked shyly away. "What, you don't like these guns?" Jacob once again flexed his muscles, doing his best Top Gun volleyball scene. "I really hate you right now, Jacob, I really do." Oh, this was going to be the longest phase of their relationship yet. Jacob and Nessie's pack was the highlight of the bonfire. The entire tribe, even those from surrounding areas, came to learn more about training methods, ways to improve their own packs, and strangely enough, ways to work with allied vampires in rare cases. The reputation of Jacob's pack had spread among other tribes, some not even of the Quileute line. All the tribes had felt the need to introduce stricter training regimens. It was obvious here were more vampires somewhere out there due to the increase in pack members that were phasing. Jacob knew the newborn attacks were just the beginning, which of course was one of the reasons Jacob's pack was looked upon as the elite. The A-team, the way they defeated the newborns and the way they demonstrated their abilities to fight together were second to none. Most would give up a limb to join Jacob's pack, being able to fight side by side with one of the most powerful alphas in the tribe's history. It was no coincidence that while active pack members, including other tribes, held nothing but reverence towards Jake and his pack, the non-imprinted females weren't always so nice. They were attracted to the power and physique of the true alpha, and anything that got in the way of allowing them to be with that alpha was going to feel their wrath. Only one person stood in their way, Renesmee. That is what led to the, "Jacob deserves better, she's not even pretty, Jacob only loves her because of the imprint." Renesmee usually did not let these type of things get to her, mostly because Leah made sure anyone disrespecting her was rendered unconscious, but on this particular night, Leah wasn't paying attention to the other girls. Blank. Jacob and Nessie had left the tribal celebration a lot earlier than Jacob had expected. Nessie said she really wasn't feeling good and just wanted to go to their spot. Jacob wouldn't have thought anything of it, especially since Nessie had been acting so hardcore in her training, hunting, pretty much everything she did with Jacob now. She had also been a lot more vocal with their tribe lately, taking her role in the tribe even more serious than before. Tonight though, she was unusually quiet. Jacob read seeing Rose was off to the far side of the fire pit, of course the highlight of all the young changelings. They all gathered around her, getting her anything she needed, making sure she was comfortable. The young boys in the pack, treating her as if she was a movie star. Jacob thought it was just the others getting used to Rosalie's scent, but apparently she'd been around the pack so much that her scent no longer affected the wolves like it did before, at least in a negative "I want to kill a vamp" kind of way. Nessie was really happy at the beginning of the bonfire, her and Leah, as usual, talking tactics and their latest hunt. Jacob had been talking with Sam about news of a missing alpha from one of the Alaskan tribes when he first sensed something was wrong. He could tell Nessie was keeping something from him, but that wasn't what concerned him. It was Leah had become really angry. Of course she's always angry, so he just played it off, knowing if something was seriously wrong, Nessie would tell him. So they ended up at their spot, Jacob now in wolf form. Nessie insisted, both sitting quietly together, neither saying a word. As Renesmee sat there, comfortably snuggled into her wolf's He had so many differentiating thoughts going through her mind that she momentarily thought her mind just might explode. This was the one thing she missed most about being a child, Jake's little princess. Thoughts back then were so simple. Jake loved her, he was hers, she was his, and everything would be perfect. Jake never once showed her anything but love, compassion, caring, he was everything to her. She couldn't understand now then why she was questioning everything. They never hid anything from each other, and she knew that meant nothing was off limits. So then why now of all times did she become suddenly shy? Suddenly reserved with this one very important aspect of their relationship. Their attraction to one another. Renesmee knew she had changed quite a bit, and it wasn't slight changes, or a gradual growth. She had thought when Nahul had told them about his growth timeline that she would follow it to a T. Apparently she was a little different, or a lot different as she reflected on the past few months. They originally thought the initial growth spurts, the ones in her early childhood, would taper off and then she would fall into a normal aging process until she reached the physical age of 18. Apparently that wasn't the case. The last two big growth spurts were almost similar to the kind she had when she was first born, at least in how noticeable they were. It was like her body had finally realized just how behind it was in her mental and emotional levels. While normally that would have been great news, and it was definitely great news to her, but not so much for Jake. She knew he just wasn't prepared for this, no one was. But her poor Jake, he was trying so hard to cope, and she truly did feel for him. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out going from being a baby to being able to have a baby in a 3-year span would cause issues. She assumed the beginning of her cycle would be the trigger to allow Jake to know it was okay to move their relationship forward. To understand that for all intents and purposes, she was a woman now. Once again, the amount of time that had passed is what was causing the issues. Even with the emotional maturity and intelligence capability of someone much older, Renesmee still had one nagging, childish thought that just wouldn't leave her. It was this feeling that kept eating away at her and bothered her back. It made no sense when all the variables came into play. Renesmee assumed this feeling was similar to how she processed jealousy. She knew she was Jake's endgame, she was made for him, she was his imprintee. Jake never, in any way, did anything to make her feel those were not the absolute truths. Jake never, ever looked at other women, he barely even touched another woman. He would awkwardly hug Bella and Rose. The only woman he really allowed any kind of contact was Grandma Esme, and that was because she had truly become Jake's mother in every way except blood. Even when Renesmee looked at herself in the mirror, she assumed she wasn't ugly. She knew she wasn't perfect like her aunts, but it seemed the areas she was blessed with, the long legs, the long flowing hair, her chest, these all areas she thought Jake would eventually find attractive. Even though she would usually always be moderately dressed, taking care to cover most areas of her body, there were times lately that she let a little more skin show. Of course it was only around Jake, but she did find his touch seemed to feel so much more now than it did before. His warm, strong, dexterous hands on her knee, the feeling of pure pleasure when she would accidentally, on purpose, move slightly to cause his hand to slide up. That feeling of his touch, before he realized what happened, was like the sun rising and setting all in the area engulfed by his fingers. Jake never touched her chest with his hands, he would never do anything so intimate like that. Jake, at least physically, was usually always relaxed, unless they were in danger, but the way his entire body would tense up when she hugged him in her workout outfit, a simple sports bra and yoga pants, making sure she was securely plastered to his amazing chest. Well, she knew that rare, intimate, at least for her, contact did something to Jake that she couldn't wait to explore further someday. She still felt not good enough. Even then, she knew if it was just her and Jake in their own little world, these thoughts would probably not even remotely affect her. But while they were in an isolated world for the most part, there were still women, girls in the tribe or friends of those girls, who made her feel less of a woman and more of a gangly-looking teenager, just now growing into her own skin. These other women were just perfect in every way. Unblemished, soft, tanned skin. Perfect long flowing hair, perfectly proportioned and well-developed bodies. Each of these girls were more than a perfect match for any man, especially a Quileute man. Not only did she Have to compete with those perfect women. Add to that she also had competition from an older version of herself in Jake's dream link. Here she was, a pale-skinned freak of nature that was bound in every way to the future chief. No wonder she couldn't fight the feeling of not being good enough for Jake. In her eyes, he was more than a chief, more than the one true alpha. Yes, she would admit it and didn't care how cheesy it sounded. Even in her head, Jake was like a Greek god to her, something made of legends, brought to life by the true gods as if to show they could make the perfect man. It was hard living up to the responsibility of being the eternal mate of a god. Renesmee had to mentally kick herself for even thinking that. Jake would be so mad at her if he knew she was thinking that. But it was true. So how the heck is she supposed to get over these feelings? It wasn't fair to push Jake to truly show her how he felt about her. While she would love nothing more, her love for Jake was just too strong to give in to her own carnal thoughts and desires just to prove some stupid point to herself. She would just have to trust that Jake would help her get through this before she did something that she would regret. She had to know though, but didn't want to come right out and tell Jake what was wrong. She decided on a different approach. Jake, how come with everyone else, especially our pack and strangers? You are so intimidating, so demanding of respect, so superheroish. She kissed him, knowing he would love that. But with me, you are so timid, so reserved, so humble. Unless of course we're hunting or training. I don't know, Nessie, I guess it's just I just want to make sure I do everything I can to prove to you that I'm worth keeping around. Renesmee could not understand that at all, why Jacob would even remotely think he had to prove anything. Sure, she understood what had happened in the past with her mom, but after everything they've went through, she thought she'd made it quite clear her feelings for him. Renesmee knew Jake loved her, but once again, her thoughts of Jake not finding her beautiful, attractive, these were the feelings affecting her now. Especially since it was obvious to anyone that met Jake that he was the hottest creature on the entire planet. Jake, I've seen those magazines Alice has about fashion, I've seen enough TV shows, where they show what men really want. I mean, my own aunts are the epitome of perfection. And here I am, some clumsy freak of nature that barely fits in her own skin. With so many better choices out there for you. Do you ever wish you never imprinted on me? Jacob quickly sprung up, reaching his full stature as he stood on all fours, a deep growl coming from his massive chest as he was in front of Renesmee now, teeth bared. Renesmee was shocked that Jake would do this. She was okay, but his quick change in position knocked her up in the air backward and scared her a bit. This wasn't the normal Jacob, this was the alpha. Take that back, Renesmee. Renesmee wanted intimidating, she was damn well going to get it. Hey, stop this, Jake. She reached out a hand to stroke his mane. Jacob was not having any of it as he backed away from her touch. His growl deepening. I said take it back now, Renesmee. Jacob was not losing control, but he was damn sure not going to let the love of his life think like that. Renesmee could sense the conviction in her wolf. She had only seen Jacob this intense when something was about to be ripped to shreds. For whatever reason, her fragile ego still needed stroking. Can you honestly say, if not for the imprint, you would have chosen me, over Leah, over those women in the other trib? She never finished as she was now pinned beneath Jacob's massive claws, laying on her back. Looking into the ferocious jaws of what she hoped was still her Jake. Do not ever question my devotion, my undeniable attraction to you and only you. I've done nothing to deserve this line of questioning. Renesmee knew Jacob wouldn't hurt her, but she really had to rethink this whole looking for validation thing. But this of course was the first time Jacob had ever truly admitted to being attracted to her. Maybe she was onto something. But can you honestly say you have a physical attraction to me? Jacob didn't mean to, but he snapped at her, letting out a controlled howl, his bare teeth just inches from her mouth. He was shocked at her strength and willpower to not even turn her head, his saliva dripping menacingly on her cheeks. You're ridiculous. I'm done with this conversation. Jacob turned to leave, shocked that he couldn't move as Nessie grabbed onto his mane, her legs securely gripping his sides. She wasn't letting him go. Let me go, damn it. Jacob tried to break free. No, you're not going anywhere, and watch your language. Renesmee had a secure hold on her wolf. He wasn't going anywhere, no matter how comprising their position was now, especially if he phased back to human form. I'm sorry Jacob that I have insecurities, but have you looked in the mirror lately? What the heck does that even mean, Nessie? Please explain what this is all about because I'm getting ready sick and tired of this conversation. My body is just constantly changing, Jake. Ever since the newborn attack, I've felt like I've gone through continuous changes physically and mentally. Jacob W. as starting to understand a little more, but only from the aspect of Nessie having confusing feelings. Renesmee had been wanting to talk to Jake about this, but she just didn't know how to bring it up. It's just, look, I understand that you probably haven't noticed the physical changes I've been experiencing lately. Of course I noticed, Ness. Will you let me go so I can phase, please? Renesmee couldn't help the thought that popped into her head. Nope, too soon. She reluctantly let Jake go as he quickly got up and phased, putting on his shorts. Jacob was standing directly in front of her, pulling her to her feet and holding both her hands in his. He wanted to make sure she could look into his eyes as he talked to her. You don't think I've noticed how you've changed, especially these last few months? Renesmee shyly looked away, realizing it was so much easier in wolf form for her to have this conversation than Jake standing in front of her half naked. She couldn't help but look up quickly as Jake started to speak. His voice held so much conviction. Where do I start? Well, first thing I noticed is that your hair has lengthened, causing your unruly curls to almost straighten a bit. Renesmee smiled. Of course Jake would recognize first the change in her hair. Your shoulders have also widened about an inch on each side, causing your chest. Jacob had to gather himself for a moment. Renesmee Sue Eldent helped the blush exploding into her cheeks. The widening of your shoulders have caused your breasts, which have grown yet another cup size, to lift slightly about 1/4 inch. Your eyes have taken on a deeper brown tint with a slight accent of red surrounding your cornea. Your waist has slimmed a bit, but your muscle definition in your abs, just below starting at your 5th and 6th rib cage, has become more defined. Your hips have also widened a tad, making your body the perfect shape. Your butt has firmed and lifted as part of your thigh muscles, increasing in definition by at least 1/8 of a cubic inch. Your arms have lengthened too, allowing your fingertips to now reach almost mid-thigh, and also have allowed you to engulf me now in the perfect hug. Renesmee's heart just burst hearing Jacob say those things. She was speechless. She never thought it possible, but her love had just multiplied even more for Jacob. Insecurities? What insecurities? Jacob deflated at this point as he felt failure for not guarding Nessie's emotional feelings better. Nessie, you know me better than anyone. Maybe I don't always remind you how stunningly beautiful you are, but it's hard for me now to correctly express those feelings to you. I struggle every day to know how to show you just how perfect you are. Renesmee realized now just how selfish she was being. She realized that pushing Jake to physically validate his attraction to her was actually hurting Jake in some way. She always relied on Jacob to set the boundaries. Everyone trusted him, but who was looking out for Jake? That should be her job, and it wasn't fair to Jacob to carry that burden all by himself. I'm sorry, Nessie. I thought I could be the strong one, but the thought of hurting you in any way is breaking my heart. I'm failing you, sweetheart, and I don't mean to. Hearing his words, feeling his love for her completely destroyed the whole reason she started her line of questions. She knew that was hard for him to admit, and she sensed all the emotional pain Jacob has been struggling with as she had been changing. Renesmee this time brought Jacob to her, hugging him close to her body. It was her turn to be the comforter, the protector of Jake's heart. Thank you for everything, Jake. Renesmee couldn't help but snuggle even closer to Jacob. Jacob buried his head in her shoulder, his face completely engulfed by the hair he loved so much. It amazed him even now how perfectly he fit in this position, just having Nessie hold him doing more to lessen his worries than anything else. We're going to get through this, aren't we, Nessie? Renesmee kissed his neck, running her hands softly through his hair. Together, right, Jake? Together. Bella, Renesmee, and Jacob had followed the forest path deep within the reservation. Jacob said they needed to be discreet, and this area would provide the most privacy. Jacob already made sure they would not get interrupted as he notified Sam and his own pack to make sure they were given at least a 6-mile, quiet zone. It had been a while since Bella had even been on Quileute land, and this was the first time since becoming a vampire. She wasn't scared by any means. Jacob had made it known that his family had every right to be on the land as if they were Quileute. Bella had forgot just how beautiful the area was, she really did miss it and didn't realize how much until now. Bella smiled as she saw her not-so-little girl anymore, leading the way, her giant russet wolf protectively walking right by her side. Renesmee was leading them to the area Jacob Suggas. Ted would be a safe place to talk about that which was not to be discussed. Bella could tell Renesmee knew this land like the back of her hand, as she kept telling her all the details of every single thing around them. Bella could see that this area truly was like a second home to Renesmee, and her Quileute knowledge was nothing short of amazing. They had finally reached a secured spot. Jacob was still in wolf form, doing one last check to make sure the area was safe. Renesmee looked to her mom. "Mom, Jacob wants you to also make sure you don't sense anyone either." Bella was still getting used to being referred to as mom and not mommy, but that thought quickly evaporated as she had a brief memory of the last time the three of them were out like this. It was the time Irina had spotted them. That single moment in time had caused so many issues, that even to this day, they were still feeling the repercussions. Bella definitely did not want a repeat of those events even if they were safe within the Quileute borders. Bella closed her eyes, taking in her surroundings. She made sure she could not smell or sense anything else in the area. They were alone. Once Bella had given the all-clear, Jacob phased back to human form, making sure to put on his shorts as he walked back to Nessie and Bella. Seeing everyone was ready, Renesmee suddenly became subdued. It was time. Jacob scanned the area one last time, making sure everything was clear. After the newborn attack, Jacob suddenly felt sadness, as he looked over to Nessie who had her head bowed. He could see by the sudden intakes of breath that she was trying to control her emotions. They had talked about this being like training, and he could see she was really trying to be strong, trying to stay in training mode. He would make an exception this time. "Come here, sweetheart, it's okay." He barely finished the link when Nessie had almost melted into his side, grabbing a hold of him like a lifeline. Jacob knew the newborn attack was a topic to never bring up, but they had to for this situation. Jacob felt better with his other half now right next to him. He could see the look on Bella's face, and he almost got the same impression on from Bella's as he got from Nessie. That attack had caused many people sadness and pain, not just him. So the day Emmett and I had our battle, when Nessie was able to harness the abilities of that creepy Volturi Leech King, and then the sparkly fingers during the newborn attack, Jacob felt a slight giggle from his girl. He smiled, glad he still had the ability to bring humor to a depressing topic. "We figured her abilities were linked to everyone she has ever touched while projecting. Her projections must have acted like a conduit of some sort." Bella had a feeling this might be the case. From the moment of the Volturi confrontation, Jacob and her daughter had been filling her in on their findings. After the newborn attack, it more or less confirmed the three's belief in how Renesmee was able to gain her abilities. It wasn't an intentional act, as Ness thought she was just projecting her own thoughts, but we think she was also consuming a small sampling of the powers other held. Renesmee then showed Bella a few of her abilities. She showed how she could control the elements on a small scale, she showed her the electricity she could generate from her hands, and she even showed her mom her ability to create very vivid illusions, similar to Safrina. The amazing thing for Bella was that her daughter was able to use these abilities on her, well, not the sparkly fingers as Jacob put it, penetrating her own shield. How long do the abilities usually last? Bella could see the nervousness in Jacob's eyes as they were constantly scanning the area. Bella almost smiled seeing Renesmee grab a hold of Jacob's hand as she held it in her own. She must have felt something too. She can usually only use the ability for a short time. And Jacob did another quick scan, only about the 100th in the last minute. "It's okay, Jake. We're on our own land now, we'll be safe." Jacob smiled, feeling the link from Nessie. Two things: 1, Nessie can act sort of like an antenna to the pack. I don't always have to be in wolf form to communicate to them. It's a little different than the pack mind, a lot clearer, I would say. Jacob, without realizing it, brought Nessie's hand up to kiss it tenderly. He never noticed the quick intake of breath from Nessie as he did so. Jacob continued, "The second thing we also found out is her abilities aren't just limited to vamps. She can also gain my strength when needed. She can't sustain the use of such power, but it comes in bursts." That was how she was able to remove the newborn's head and arms so easily enough. Renesmee remembered that feeling, the feeling of having the power of the wolf or wolf. To her, that was her favorite ability because it meant she had a part of Jacob inside her. A sudden, unexpected heat rose in her, interrupting her thoughts as if a blowhorn had gone off. She couldn't help but blush as a slight pressure built in the core of her stomach. It shocked her why that would be the case. All she was doing was holding Jake's hand, not even using her abilities. Jacob suddenly felt very odd. He quickly looked around, wondering if it was his wolf warning senses that were going off. It didn't feel like that, but he could definitely tell something was different. He couldn't exactly place the feeling, but something was off. He looked to Nessie wondering if she felt it too. Renesmee still couldn't understand what she was feeling. It was comforting, exhilarating, and scary all at that same time. She briefly wondered if her body was changing again. The physical manifestation of her feeling was almost as strong as the emotion itself. She instinctively brought her free hand just below her stomach, as if feeling it would tell her all she needed to know. Yep, something was definitely going on, and for some reason, Jacob had this overwhelming feeling to finish things up and do it quickly. Gathering his nerve, Jacob wanting to quickly tell Bella about the last thing and then they would leave. Her abilities also seemed to be linked to my physical presence. Bella looked questionably at Jacob. What do you mean? Renesmee momentarily forgot about the strange feeling as Jake was explaining her favorite part. She wanted to tell her mom about this part, so she took over, giving Jake a quick kiss on his arm, pausing just briefly as that feeling got stronger when her lips touched the warm, copper skin of Jake's arm. Shish. E shook her head slightly as if that would help, but gathered herself enough to speak. The strength and duration of my new abilities are all based on how close Jake is to me. Of course, Bella thought. It didn't surprise her at all. Is this part of the glow? Jacob ran his free hand through his hair, for some reason, a reason that had nothing to do with the safety of the area. Jacob was feeling uncomfortable. We think. Jacob gave a quick cough, his voice sounding as if it had gone up a couple octaves. What the hell is going on? It does have a connection to that, yes. Which we've been able to see. Include that, well, I'm like Nessie's power supply. Bella pondered that for a moment, ignoring the strange way both Renesmee and Jacob were acting. It actually made complete sense, and in their little world, nothing was off the table. And it goes both ways, right, Jacob? When she's around you, your abilities increase too. Yes. Jacob didn't need to expand on that, didn't trust his voice to anyway. It wasn't like he had any special powers, just power. With Nessie around him, he noticed his power did grow, his strength, even his healing ability would get stronger. Renesmee ignored her feelings as what she needed to say would most likely bring on a whole new level of other feelings. That's why I've decided when Jake is in trouble, I'm never to leave his side. Jacob squeezed Nessie's hand, trying to get her to look at him. That's not what we decided. That's my decision, and you will honor it. Jacob Black, Renesmee linked with a little more force than she'd ever used before. She had always done what her alpha instructed. But after the newborn attack, leaving Jacob, no matter the circumstance, was no longer an option. She would fight him on this no matter what. She was invoking Nessie's and there was nothing anyone could do about it. We'll talk later. Jacob was not happy, but at least now he definitely could identify what he was feeling. We will talk, yes, but not about this. I suggest you don't bring it up again. Do you understand? Renesmee squeezed Jacob's hand a little harder. Bella could see something happening between the two, and if her daughter was anything like her, which she knew without a doubt Renesmee was, then she knew what must be going on. By the look of frustration on Jacob's face, yep, she was right. Renesmee, sweetie, have you been practicing using these abilities? Bella was hoping to break the sudden tension that had nothing to do with making sure the area was secure. Renesmee was looking up at Jake, giving him a determined stare. She was not backing down from this, and Jacob would just have to deal with it. Yes, Mom, Jacob has been incorporating my abilities into our training regiment and hunting when we are alone. Okay, good. And no one else knows the extent of these abilities, right? Bella still hadn't said anything to Edward. Only us three know. But Renesmee has been discreetly asking Jasper, Alice, and Edward about their abilities. Just Lying to gain insight how they control them. Jacob hoped Nessie got the hint when he used her full name. He tried to pull his hand free, only to find Nessie's grip tighten, not allowing him to break free. What do you think you're doing, Jacob? Don't you dare try to take your hand away from me. Renesmee blew a frustrated breath through her nose. Jacob looked down next to him. When did Nessie start acting like this? This was not normal behavior for her. Are you two going to be okay? Bella couldn't help but smile seeing the determination in her daughter. That's my girl. Yes, someone is just being stubborn like her mother. Jacob gave a look to Bella, almost shaking his head as these two were so similar. Bella winked at her daughter, proud she was standing up for herself. Even so, she still needed to make sure they would be safe. For now, I say we keep this between us three, at least the full extent of the abilities. I agree. Jacob nodded his head at Bella. Okay, you two. Let's head back and I'll cook you some lunch. Bella could see a slight hesitation in Jacob. I'm going to head over to Billy's for a little bit. You take Nessie and… Jacob had to stop as the pain in his hand was growing. He looked down to see anger in Nessie's eyes. That's new, he thought. Renesmee, you come with me and we'll see Jacob later. Bella reached out for her daughter. Renesmee could not believe what was happening. How dare Jacob leave her? Especially now. Jacob finally broke free of the iron grip. He reached over to give Nessie a kiss only to have her move away at the last second. So not cool, Renesmee. Trying to ignore the first-time rebuke. Jacob continued, I'll see you two later. Leah and Seth will meet you in a sec to escort you back. Jacob linked, so I'm not allowed to give you a kiss now. No response. Be careful, Jake. Bella gave him a quick hug, as she then wrapped her arm around her daughter. Before she could say anything else, Jacob was off, phasing as he hit the tree line. Blank. Jacob really had to wonder what was going on. He had never seen Nessie act like that. He'd seen her determination, yes, but she'd always done what he's asked, trusted him to make the right decision. This was the first time he'd ever seen her act so defiant. He wondered if it had anything to do with the strange feeling that overcame him when they were talking to Bella. He too came the long way around to his dad's house, just so he could run and let off some steam. He would be at his dad's shortly and then stay just a bit to hang out. He hadn't really seen his dad a whole lot since the newborn attack and figured now was a good time catch up. He'd finally made it to his house after taking a detour through the wetlands of the res. He had phased back as he was coming up to the door. He'd heard laughter coming from inside and he wondered who his dad might have visiting. He didn't see Charlie's car or any other for that matter, but there was definitely someone there. He got to the door, making sure his shorts were securely fastened, before entering the house. He opened the door and walked in, stopping immediately at seeing just who Billy's company was. Son, finally you're home. Renesmee here was telling me all about how much you've been helping her. How did I miss her scent? Jacob folded both arms securely across his chest as he gave an evil look at the mischief bro. NZE-haired hybrid sitting on the sofa next to where his father was. Hi Jake, glad you could make it. Renesmee with the most carefree attitude ever, bounced happily out of her seat and up to Jacob, ing him a quick kiss on the cheek and a big hug. Missed you. Jacob couldn't help but bite his tongue as the troublemaker happily bounced back over to Billy, giving him her own kiss and taking his hand in hers. All her attention back to Billy as she sat smugly on the couch. Jacob pinched the bridge of his nose as the link initiated. Don't you ever leave me like that again, do you understand me, Jacob? Jacob looked down over at Nessie who was looking intently at his dad, but he could see the slight glare from her peripherals. Jacob couldn't believe this side of Nessie. This was going to be a very long forever, he wouldn't have it any other way. You're lucky you added that last part, Jake. Jacob stopped suddenly and glared at Nessie, who was nonchalantly tapping the cushion next to her, not once moving her attention from Billy. We're so going to talk about this. Oh, you can count on it, Jake. Fine. Still love you, Ness. You better. Well, what, Jacob? Aren't you going to say it back? Say what back? I love you. I know you do, Jake. No, I meant aren't you going to say you love me? I know what you meant. Then why did you act like you didn't know what I meant? Just sit down next to me before I get angry. Not until you say it, Ness. Fine what? I love you, Jake. Was that so hard? Oh, just shut up, jerk. Oh, that was nice. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth? Jacob, if you don't shut up and sit down next to me, I'm not going to kiss you with this mouth. Fine, fine. Jacob was so never going to win this, and he had a feeling after tonight, it was only going to get worse. He sat down not so gently next to Nessie, causing the impact to shoot Nessie up off the couch ever so slightly. You did that on purpose. Jacob could tell she was trying not to laugh. Are you two okay? Billy asked, seeing a strange look on both of their faces. Fine, they both said at the same time, as not a few seconds later, Jacob and Nessie both burst out in laughter. Billy really had to wonder what was going on. These two kids were acting very strange. He wondered if it was something in the water. Blank. Their spot. Jake, I can feel you staring at me. Renesmee was sitting right next to Jake on their cliff, looking over the calming waves of the Pacific. Is that anything new? I'm always staring at you. Jacob gave Nessie a nudge with his shoulder. That's creepy. Renesmee couldn't help but giggle at her exact mimic of how Jacob used the word when describing the Romanian vampires. She bit her lip trying to hide her smile. You think you're so funny, don't you? Jacob poked her side, garnering a jump and smack on the arm from Nessie. Jerk. Renesmee folded both arms across her chest after hitting Jake. She was honestly trying her best to stay mad at him. She even sat just far enough away to not touch his shoulder or any part of him. That actually lasted a whole 5 minutes, which she was pretty proud of herself. Will you just get over here? I miss you, you know that. Jacob lifted his giant arm out to her, inviting Nessie to move closer. Darn him and that power of wolf compulsion. Renesmee tried, she really did, to resist the forces of the universe that were pulling her to the comforting spot wrapped in Jake's arm. It was no use though, she wasn't strong enough to resist as she gave into the evil forces and plastered herself to Jake's side, bringing his warm arm around her shoulder. Obviously you didn't miss me when you wanted to leave me in the woods all alone. Renesmee closed her eyes as she took a mental photograph of this moment, this perfect moment. Jacob just smirked. Okay, first, you weren't alone. Bells was there. And second, it's kind of unhealthy for us both to have such an overwhelming need to be together so much. A low growl came from deep within Renesmee. You should have thought of that before you imprinted on me. Well, maybe you shouldn't be so perfect, so beautiful, so funny, so perfect. Jacob squeezed her closer. Whatever comeback, whatever snarky comment she had ready, completely disintegrated at those words. Renesmee knew her body ran hotter than most, but the heat flowing through her now, she was absolute. Why sure had nothing to do with being a supernatural hybrid vampire. Jacob took her silence for her still being upset. You know I'm just playing with you, Ness. There's nothing in this world I want more than to spend every waking minute with you. I just don't want you to feel you have to. I mean, you can do things without me whenever you want. Renesmee rolled her eyes. Sure, Jake. I mean, you bring up a good point. I hate having so much fun every day. I hate feeling safe all the time. I hate this god-awful feeling of being loved and cherished no matter what I do. I hate feeling like I'm accomplishing so much when we train. I hate feeling like I can do things on my own if I wanted. I hate feeling like I'm the other half to the most incredible man in the universe. I hate being part of an incredible, spiritual line of Native American descendants. Yeah, life really sucks. I think I should just go off on my own. Jacob could only look down at the beautiful, older version of the little girl that used to be so non-confrontational. This Renesmee, next to him now, sure had a sarcastic streak in her. He couldn't understand where she got that from. Well, I was just trying to be nice. No, you're being ridiculous, and I really need you to stop with this, Jake. Renesmee grabbed a hold of Jake's hand that was draped over her shoulder, securing it again around her. She began playing with his fingers, kissing them periodically. I can't lose you, Jake. Hey, come on, Ness. You're not going to lose me. He shifted awkwardly, trying to ignore the strange feeling hitting him again as Nessie kissed his fingers. You can't say that, Jake. Not after what happened. Jacob knew she still wasn't over the newborn attack, and in all honesty, he wasn't either. He needed to be more aware of her feelings, especially when they seemed to be changing so much now. But I did come back to you. Renesmee couldn't help the shiver that racked her body. The convulsion had nothing to do with the cold. I don't want to talk about it ever I want you to remember something. Jacob leaned back a little and brought her chin around so she could look him in the eyes. Renesmee held her breath, his lips were so close to hers, but no, it's too soon, right? She never wanted something so bad and yet was so scared all at that same time. No, she knew Jake wouldn't do that, not yet. His next words more than made up for any kiss though. I should have died, Nessie. Not even what Rosalie did should have saved me. There was only one thing that could have, and that was you. Only you, Ness. You're not just my imprint, my soulmate, you're my reason for living. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Renesmee could only shake her head yes, tears starting to form in her eyes. Jacob wasn't just saying these things just to say it, he was purposefully stating facts. I'm not leaving you, Ness. I'm just not. There is no power on this earth, in this universe that will keep us from our future. I'm just not going to let that happen. Renesmee reached up a hand as she projected their second Christmas. But this time instead of just images, she used one of her abilities to project the emotions she felt when she gave him the necklace. She had never used her gift like this before. And if she was honest, she wasn't exactly sure why she did now. Jacob grabbed a hold of the loving hand that was against his cheek. The feelings, the images, he showed him they sure seemed familiar. When it was done, to say he was stunned would be an understatement. He was blown away at the similarities to what she felt. Nessie, are you sure those were your feelings and not just a projection of a memory when I first saw you? Renesmee was confused. Of course those were mine, Jake, why would you even think those weren't? Jacob still couldn't believe what he saw. Nessie, that's almost exactly how it felt when I imprinted on you. Renesmee was looking intently at Jacob. That hot feeling before, when she thought he might kiss her, had changed. It wasn't hot, it was warm, comforting. Safe. The feeling was filling her whole body as she looked into Jake's eyes. What she saw there was a mirror of her own. Is it really so hard to believe, Jake? Have I ever given any indication that my commitment to you isn't just as strong as the imprint? No, you haven't. It just blows me away, Ness, you never cease to amaze me. Renesmee cuddled back into Jake's warmth, kissing his hand as she brought it tightly around the front of her. I really hope someday it won't amaze you, you will just come to expect my love for you. Hey Ness, come on, that's not what I meant. It's just you're so young. And to have those feelings. Jake was trying to comfort Nessie, realizing how she took that. Renesmee knew she couldn't win this discussion because as long as she was still thought of as young, Jake would not accept her devotion to him. She knew that Jake knew she loved him, but she also knew he had no clue the lengths she would go to prove that love to him. Why though someday Jake would realize her level of commitment. She would just have to bide the time until that day comes. Edward and Bella's cottage. It had been a couple months short of 3 years since the light of his life was born. Jacob was so proud how Nessie had grown over these 3 years, how much stronger she was getting both physically and mentally. The newborn attack was a defining moment. In not only he and Nessie's relationship but also the pack. Rosalie became an integral part of the pack and the pack was running at an elite level now. No more newborn attacks, at least in the La Push area, but Jacob had heard of some problems with newborns in other tribes in different regions. Nothing too concerning yet, but enough to still be on alert for. Jacob and Nessie had gotten even closer, if that was possible, since that attack, and he knew their relationship had shifted once again. He was still her protector, her best friend, but Nessie was definitely no longer his little princess. Even though his feelings had definitely changed for her, they still were not at the level he knew hers were. Things they took for granted before, holding hands, a kiss, even I love yous, had taken on different meanings than they did not even 6 months ago. Nessie was growing pretty fast. The last 2 growth spurts definitely caught everyone off guard to the point Carlisle determined she was physically way ahead of Nahul's schedule. When Carlisle had inquired to Nahul about this, the hybrid did say that between his sisters and himself, they all grew at different rates. But the one thing, the most important thing for Jacob, was the fact Nahul reassured them, no matter the rate, they all stopped aging after 7 years when they reached full maturity. Nessie's training was going a lot better. Sai was able to progress in her training to the point where there was no holding back now. It was so intense sometimes that Jacob wondered how long he'd be able to train her without going into wolf form afterwards to heal. As far as the Volturi, Alice was able to gather bits and pieces of Volturi activity but nothing that would cause alarm. For the first time in a while, there was actually a lull coming over the area. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however one could look at it, the lull had caused Jacob to have time to ponder things, especially with this somewhat new phase of his relationship with Nessie. When Jacob pondered things, that's usually when nothing good happened. There was something that had been bugging Jacob when he kept thinking back to what the half-breed said at the Volturi almost war. It had to do with the guy turning his aunt. How was that even possible? It had been a while, but he remembered back when Nessie had bitten him. Actually numerous times and never once did he feel any effects other than feeling pride for providing Nessie with the nourishment she needed. The explanation given of Nessie wasn't venomous sure didn't rule out the fact that someday she could become venomous. Unless the Nahuel guy had the universal rule book on hybrid female vampires, there was always a chance something different could happen. Nessie's increased abilities was a sign in itself that she wasn't your normal hybrid. The venomous thing had been eating away at him, but not enough to bother him until now. He was in his usual self-spiraling mode because things were going just too great for him. Of course he figured something would have to ruin all the great moments, and Nessie turning or flipping the switch to a full vampire was worrying him, especially now when she was in her teenage years. Sure, Nessie was half vampire now, but what happens if that becomes 3/4 or God forbid, full-on vamp? Could that even happen? No one knew for sure, and that's what worried him. Jacob D tried to hide his concerns, but of course Bella figured it out, and that is what brought them to the current conversation in the living room of Bella's cottage. Edward was out with Carlisle, and Nessie was sleeping in her room. That left just Bella and Jacob to talk. So Jacob, what's your fear really about? Bella was sitting on the couch next to her best friend. A lot of changes had been happening since she was turned. Caring about Jacob was not one of them. There was something weighing heavily on her friend, and she wanted to do all she could to help him. Jacob squirmed a bit on the couch, looking over to the room where Nessie was sleeping. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy talking with Bella, being this close to her, it was being this far from Nessie. Honestly Bella, I knew this imprint thing was powerful. But the connection I have with Nessie is like 1,000,000 times more than the one I had with you. Bella raised her eyebrows. Really, 1,000,000 times? Jacob didn't even realize what he said. Not that he didn't care about Bella's feelings, it's just those feelings had completely changed from the lovesick teenager he used to be. He instinctively grasped the necklace under his shirt. The one Nessie gave him for Christmas. So much had happened over the past years, and instead of grasping at the wonderfulness of those feelings, his self-deprecating past was catching to him, and he was afraid of what that would mean, possibly losing that connection with Nessie if she fully turned. He didn't know if it was even possible for Nessie to turn, but in the strange world they lived in, one could never know for sure. I don't know what I'd do if she ever became a full-fledged blood-sucker. Jacob caught himself at the use of those words. Although he didn't rethink his word choice because of Bella. He knew he shouldn't use that term in any way describing Nessie. I didn't mean that. I mean it scares me to think Nessie might become a true vampire someday and lose her soul. Bella pondered that for a minute. True, no one could say for certain whether such a thing could happen. There was no blueprint for this type of thing. Even so, worst case, if Renesmee did fully turn, would that mean anything different for Renesmee and Jacob? Probably not. That really wasn't the problem though. It was the losing of the soul thing Jacob was talking about, similar to the worries Edward had and even Carlisle had. Bella remembered back when she first fell in love with Edward and the reluctance he had with turning her. It had a lot to do with this exact thing, losing your soul. Bella had to wonder what exactly did a soul mean to Jacob. After all, it wasn't like she was some cold-hearted soulless creature. She still felt love, lust, emotions. Wouldn't that mean that she did have a soul? Jacob could see Bella was thinking deeply about something, the longer than usual silence helping him to realize what he had just said about losing your soul. Jacob placed a hand over Bella's. I know it's not that you're a soulless beast. Jacob winked at her, garnering a small smile from his friend. But if Nessie and I's connection is a spiritual bonding of the soul, which is what I honestly believe, well, if she becomes a full-blown vampire, that bond may be lost. Now there were some things that made no sense in the world to Bella. She would never be able to explain them. But one thing that made the most sense in this world was that Renesmee and Jacob were not connected solely by a Quileute myth. No, as sure as she loved Edward, she knew the bond between her daughter and her best friend went much deeper than even that. Jacob, do you honestly believe your love for each other is only because you imprinted on her? Bella remembered the conversation they had as Jacob was carrying her through the woods in an attempt to distract the newborns. Jacob said back then that you could still love, just like Sam did towards Leah, regardless of the imprint. Of course his intention then was much different. But the concept still very much applied in this case. It wasn't just the imprinting that caused someone to love another. Jacob had to ponder Bella's words for a moment. He never actually thought of it that way in regards to his feelings toward Nessie, because just like breathing, his love for Nessie was just a necessary part of him to survive. Where before he may have always used the imprint as a reason. Maybe it went beyond that. Besides, although he would never say it, not wanting to come across egotistical, but from what Quill and Sam talk about imprinting in regards to the bond with their imprintee. It was much more than that with Nessie. Jacob remembered when the imprinting happened and how he has felt since that moment. He wasn't exactly sure how the imprinting initiates. But he vividly remembered connecting with Nessie the moment their eyes met, then the imprint happened. He never once felt forced to do anything. Maybe forced was too strong a word, but everything he did for Nessie felt like it was coming truly from his heart and not some mystical force. Still, he could never be sure. I honestly don't know if our bond with one another is based on the imprint or something else. Jacob turned to Bella, not able to hide his concerns. I just always assumed everything was centered around the imprinting. Jacob, you need to listen to me, okay? This whole family knows what you mean to Renesmee. Bella reached over and took Jacob's hand in hers, thinking back to the projection Renesmee showed them and everything since. What you two are capable of is beyond limits. That bond you two have is more than just the imprint. Deep in their own thoughts, Bella and Jacob never noticed the small crack in the door to Renesmee's room. They didn't notice Renesmee, deep in thoughts of her own. But if Nessie and I's connection is a spiritual bonding of the soul, which is what I honestly believe. Well, if she becomes a full-blown vampire, that bond may be lost. Ho's words from Jacob kept playing over and over in her mind as she was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall with her knees pulled tightly up to her body. She knew her own law. Renesmee would never leave Jacob. But Jacob's law, the law of the imprint, was Jacob would never leave Renesmee. That was the imprint, that was what bound Jacob to her. Renesmee's heart started pounding in her chest. Even faster than normal as a terrifying thought hit her. What if there wasn't an imprint anymore? That was when the room started spinning and the lights danced around her as if she was looking through a camera lens as it was trying to focus. She closed her eyes as everything around her went deathly silent and she felt herself falling into nothingness. Renesmee was laying in her soft, inviting bed, taking in the feeling of warmth, the feeling of contentment. She felt complete, perfect if she had to admit. She still had her eyes closed as she immediately felt different. She tried to think, tried to focus her energy on what was so different. Warmth, contentment, feeling complete, those were not new feelings to her. Those type of feelings were always present as long as Jacob was around. But for some reason those feelings felt clearer. It was so odd, she thought as she took a deep breath, filling her nostrils with the inviting smells around her. She remembered hearing the conversation between her mother and husband. Whoa, husband, did she really just think of Jacob as her husband? It was then, thinking of Jacob, that the strange feeling hit her, the one she felt not long ago talking to Jacob after they demonstrated her abilities to her mom. The same feeling she had been seeming to get more often than not, every time Jacob would do the littlest things. Eyes still closed, she reached down near her stomach, where it seemed the feeling originated from, and that was when her eyes shot wide open, feeling the very large basketball-sized bulge in her stomach. I wondered what you were doing, honey. Jacob just smiled as he kissed his wife on the lips. Oh, my gosh. Jacob just kissed me on the lips. As if the giant bulge in her stomach wasn't enough, Jacob's lips on her practically shot her into another universe. She looked at Jacob. It was Jacob, but he was different. He looked peaceful. Jacob smiled his megawatt smile only reserved for the love of his life. You doing okay, sweetheart? The baby keep you up last night? He placed his very large, yet very inviting hand over his wife's very pregnant stomach. Baby. Renesmee shot up in bed, placing both hands on her stomach, over Jacob's. Baby. Jacob. Married. What was happening? She freaked out only for a second, as she quickly embraced everything around her. She looked down over her body and realized she wasn't the young gangly teenager anymore. Her body resembled a full-grown woman. Her heart exploded with a warmth that felt 10 times better than anything she felt before. Jacob gave her a confused look. Ness, what's wrong? Renesmee couldn't help the tears as she used their hands to rub circles on her stomach, feeling the tiny presence in there. Our baby, Jake. Is there someone else you would have a baby with? Jake smirked. Renesmee quickly grabbed his hand, bringing it to her lips. No, Jake, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm so sorry. Renesmee started freaking out. Why would she say something so stupid? She didn't mean it like that. Jake would only ever be the one to father her children. She paused. Father my children. Where did she learn to speak like that? Jake kissed her one more time. Honey, it's okay. You know I'm just kidding around. Jake studied her a little closer. He could see something was wrong and he had just the cure. Jacob got out of bed, giving Nessie another kiss as the loss of him from her bed looked to cause her distress. Jacob thought how odd, he hadn't seen her act this needy for him since she was younger. I think I have the thing to cheer you up. They've been waiting for mommy to wake up. Renesmee looked to Jacob, her eyes widening. Jacob yelled to the other room. Kids, mom's awake. Before Renesmee had time to process, a bundle of long straight black hair, long bronze curls, and short black hair came rushing in the room. Mommy. They all yelled together as they jumped on the bed hugging their mom as if they hadn't seen her in years. Renesmee had felt love before. Obviously the strongest towards the man in the room, but what she felt for these children was way beyond that. It was like each one had their very own piece of her heart, and their presence filled her heart with an emotion so strong it was debilitating, in a good way. She couldn't get enough of her children. Their mere presence feeding her with the love and happiness that she thought only Jacob could provide her. Their touches, their kisses, the I love yous, just completed her. She gathered strength as she held her children close to her, looking up at Jacob. Her tears continued as she looked into the eyes of the man that gave this to her. She could see everything in his eyes. She was his wife, his lover, his partner, and now, the mother of his children. She could see a love in those eyes that she never wanted to look away from. A love stronger and deeper than what was always there when Jacob looked at her. Through sobs, she whispered, I love you, Jacob. I love you too, babe. Jake just stood in the doorway, leaning against the wall. He really had to find out what was wrong with Nessie. He knew usually she was like this with the children, minus the tears. She always treated them as if they were the greatest gift she had ever been given. He looked at his 2 daughters and one of his sons. He smiled as they clung to their mother. This looked really familiar as they were only away from her for a few hours, but they acted as if it was days. This was perfect, although a couple things were missing. He smiled as he smelled his other boys coming in from outside. Well, Nessie, I know there are a couple boys that would like to say hi to their mom too. If what she had in this room wasn't enough to complete her, did Jacob just say she had 2 more sons? Is this even possible? Her prayers were answered as she heard the scurrying down the hall as seconds later 2 medium-sized wolves came running in the room. Mom, the wolves linked with her as they jumped on the bed, licking her as they played with their brothers and sisters. She had to admit seeing the wolves through her, but she had no doubt they were her and Jake's boys. Just like their daddy, she thought as she kissed each of them, hugging them tightly. She never wanted this feeling to end, but she felt some force pulling at her. She quickly closed her eyes. No, she was not leaving. She would not leave this paradise no matter what. She would fight for this with everything she had. Nessie, it's time. Renesmee heard the power in her husband's voice as she slowly opened her eyes, looking into the bright blue glowing eyes of her husband. Fight for us, mommy. Don't ever give up on us, mommy. We love you, mommy. Renesmee heard and felt the words coming from her children. She looked at each one of them. In each of their eyes were now glowing a bright blue. She wasn't scared at all, well, at least not of her family. She could feel the power flowing from each one of her kids, her husband, into her. It Was as if they knew she had to leave and they were making sure she remembered them, all of them. It was the words of her husband that she heard next, the words that would give her the strength to carry on until all this could become a reality. Don't ever give up on us, Nessie. Fight with everything you have for this. She shook her head yes, feeling her eyes now also starting to glow. I will, Jake. I will fight for us. Love you, Ness. It was the last thing she heard as the vision, the dream faded into darkness and she was back in her dark room in the cottage. She wiped the tears falling from her reddened cheeks. She was almost hyperventilating from the vividness of what she just witnessed. She closed her eyes, praying that she could go back, but then something occurred to her. If this was a vision, or even a dream of the future, then she knew she would have to work for it. Jake always said the things you want most you have to fight for. She knew that the easy way out would be to wish herself back to being a grown adult. Married to Jake, with their kids. But Jake said, fight for us. Never give up. That meant that from this point on, that is exactly what she would do. She decided right then and there that nothing, not the Volturi, not humans, not vampires, nothing would keep her from this vision, especially a chance at turning completely into a vampire and severing her and Jacob's bond. She would never let that happen. They were so close now to the finish line and she couldn't take a chance at losing him. She would fight for her family, she would fight for her and Jake. This solidif, i.e. her decision, remembering what Jacob said. It was Jake and their family or it was nothing. Nothing would keep her from this. The last thing she thought as she crawled back into her bed was family, her and Jacob's family. And how happy they would be. It's that thought that cemented her resolve in what was needed ahead. Jacob, you need to talk to her. Edward had a look of concern on his face. He might not age, but he sure felt like he was aging 100 more years since the birth of his daughter. Jacob stood there in the main house, looking from Edward, to Carlyle, to Rosalie. They all had a look of great concern on their faces. Jacob shifted uncomfortably as he looked to Edward. Edward, she won't listen to me. I've tried telling her for the past month, but she is just like her mother. Jacob let out a quick breath. She's stubborn as hell. Rosalie was trying to remain calm. She hated to admit it, but her and Jacob had gotten a lot closer over the past year, but this went beyond that. This was Renesmee they were talking about. Edward gave a warning look at Rosalie. Rosalie returned, giving him her own stern look. I will remain calm, I promised Renesmee I would. The blonde approached Jacob carefully. I love the people that love you, Jacob. Well, that was a start, Jacob thought. Rosalie continued, but this is your fault. That didn't last long. Jacob raised his hands in surrender. How is this my fault? You think I want to see Nessie like this? Are you out of your mind? Carlyle stepped forward, trying to diffuse an already tense situation. They were all on edge since 2 months ago, when Renesmee stopped consuming any kind of blood. Listen everyone, Renesmee is losing too much strength. Her body has already started shutting down. If we don't act quickly, well, this made no sense to Jacob as he remembered what the Brazilian half-breed said during the almost war with the Volturi. But Nigel, or whatever the guy's name that is like Nessie, didn't he say he could survive on both, human food and blood? Edward heard the hope in Jacob's voice, but Jacob needed to hear everything. Carlyle already verified with the half-breed that he wasn't able to fully do that until he had stopped growing. The need was just too strong. Renesmee's body is craving the blood as she did when she was a baby. Until she has fully matured, her body will need both. Edward read Carlyle's thoughts. Hitch prompted him to excuse himself to prepare for what might come. Jacob just looked at Edward as he left the room, thinking this was so not the right time to just leave. Moments later Carlyle saw Emmett and Jasper come in and stand next to Jacob. Seeing the look on Jacob's face, quickly began to make him worry that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Still, he added, honestly, for her, especially at this age. It's almost impossible to starve herself from blood for even half the amount of time she already has, especially since she was introduced to the taste even before birth. You guys want to back the hell away from me. Jacob could sense something wrong and could feel the onset of his body filling with power, as he looked between Jasper and Emmett who were now next to him. Edward cringed, expecting the blow-up to happen. He didn't think Jacob would be able to come back if he phased now. He looked to Emmett and Jasper and realized, this may not be enough. He then looked behind Jacob. Oh, thank God, he thought. Edward cautiously made his way around to where Carlyle was standing, giving him a little more room. This was it as he looked to everyone, a sudden outpouring of nervous though. "Ts coming from almost everyone in the room. Now Jacob, I want you stay calm, okay?" Jacob did not like the sound of that as once again he could feel his power growing, he was starting to reach a point W. Here he couldn't come back from when it all changed as he felt the familiar hand hold onto his arm. "You brought Mom in, what the hell did you do, Edward?" Jacob knew there was no way he would lose it with Mama Esme standing right next to him, holding his arm in hers. "Jacob honey, I want you to remember we all love Renesmee and Edward was just trying to do what he thought best." Esme rubbed his arm, not wanting her son to get even more agitated. Jacob sighed, this was not good if they brought in Mom. "Just spill it, Edward." Edward took a deep breath, looking to his mom for the okay. She nodded and told him to continue. "Well, we may have been a bit preemptive in having you stay away from Renesmee for the past week." Edward instinctively took a slight step back. Jacob Esme gripped his hand, feeling him instantly calm at her touch. "What do you mean, Edward?" Jacob looked down to make sure that was okay. Esme nodded, patting his arm lovingly. Carlyle, wanting to give Edward a break, decided to finish. "Well, the strength of her heart is what actually helped her stay strong. When you did as we said, which was not your fault, Jacob." Carlyle wanted to make sure the young man knew this, no matter what the cost for the rest of them. "The moment you were away from Renesmee, well, her heart weakened much faster than we ever expected." Jacob was stunned. This was a man of science giving him a diagnosis. That his Nessie's heart actually weakened when he was away from her. How is that even possible? Esme looked to Jacob. "Honey, it's not your fault, but Renesmee needs you close right now." Jacob turned to Esme. "So the hell I went through being away from her, cutting off any communication, you're telling me that was all for nothing?" "Well, as dire as this seems, it wasn't for nothing, Jacob. It actually taught us all something very vital." Esme reached up to put her hand over Jacob's heart. "Sweetie, it shows that literally, Renesmee can't live without you." Jacob wasn't a crier, never had been, even when his birth mother died. He showed his emotions a different way. But with everything happening, he thought for sure the waterworks would be coming. He thought about the absolute hell he went through the past few days. The emotional pain was almost equal to the physical pain. So much so that even Leah was worried. Jacob took 2 quick breaths to try and get his emotions in check. The only T in keeping him from losing it completely, anger or sadness, was that Nessie needed him, and that fact alone trumps everything. Carlyle, seeing that Jacob was calming down, added, "My concern now for Ren Esme is that I think her body is too far gone to even accept animal blood. I'm afraid she will need human blood. We tried giving her a transfusion, but she will not allow us to give her any blood." Sally could see the struggle, but Jacob would have to deal with his lady feelings later. Right now Renesmee needed him. She was about to speak when Jacob almost read her thoughts. "At what point do we decide it's not her decision?" Jacob rubbed his face with both hands, saying the words he hated to even think about. Rosalie at that moment almost hugged Jacob. She would never had thought Jacob would suggest that. Edward stepped over and gave Jacob a hug, his mom joining in. This was bigger than both of them. At this moment, they both needed this, as evidenced by the hulking alpha hugging him back, letting his emotions get the better of him. Edward whispered, "It has to be you to do it, Jacob." Jacob wanted to disagree, wanted to display his full power to object, but he was spent. He hadn't slept for days, constantly worrying about Nessie. His mind was done, his physical body was done, and he had nothing left. All that was left was to save Nessie any means necessary. He let out a long sigh, his gigantic muscles causing Edward and Esme to both awkwardly lift off the floor from their embrace. That was a sign to break the hug. "I'll do it." Jacob hung his head low as he headed towards the cottage where Nessie was resting. The path to Edward and Bella's cottage. Jacob was in deep thought as he headed to the cottage. He couldn't believe it came to this. He hated himself for letting it get this far, for not being there for Nessie. He was so mad that he never saw the low-hanging branch that ripped into his shoulder right near his collarbone. Son of a bite, he looked at the blood coming from the wound. Great, there goes another shirt as he saw the giant rip. He ripped it off the rest of the way, his frustration getting the better of him. Feeling the large gash burning a little. He honestly could care less. Matter of fact, he felt he deserved it. So now it came to this, Nessie needed human blood to help her. They tried, all of them, but Nessie had nothing to do with it. Even the time he tried to get her to eat a raw piece of meat, she angrily snapped at him. The first time that ever happened. So now, he had to tell her that she had to consume me blood or he would be forced to force her to. No matter how many ways he played that over and over in his head, there is no scenario where emotionally that helps anything. Because it's not like they can force her to transfuse for the next 2 to 3 years. He paused at the door to the cottage, trying to wipe away the blood on his shoulder which for some reason was not healing as quickly as it should. He tossed the blood-soaked shirt to the ground, knowing Bella and Alice might not appreciate the temptation. He realized staring at the closed door that it had been a few days, almost a week, since he last saw Nessie, the longest they had been apart. Stupid Edward, why did he listen to him? Edward's bright idea that being away from Nessie would somehow encourage her to feed and get stronger so she could go find Jacob. They convinced him to not even talk to her, link with her, nothing, all in hopes she would want to get stronger. How wrong they were. He took one final deep breath, calling on the great creator to give him strength. As he walked into the cottage. Now Jacob had faced many things in his life. Beasts of great strength, vampires, human emotions, Leah, but nothing prepared him for this. His heart cracked wide open as he almost fell to his knees seeing the weakened form of Nessie laying on the couch with her head on her mother's lap. He quickly came around and knelt beside Nessie's frail body, carefully running his giant hand through her hair. Where her hair was always so soft and silky, it now felt like strands of straw. Renesmee slowly turned her head towards him, her eyes fixing on him. Her face blank of any kind of emotion. It was then Jacob almost lost it. Her eyes were now ashen black, life gone from them. He couldn't hold it in as his world was crumbling right before his eyes. Bella tried to comfort her friend by placing a loving hand on his arm. Even Alice came and knelt beside him, holding him as close as she could. You cannot do this to me, Nessie. I need you. Jacob knew that Alice and Bella were trying to be there for him but it didn't matter. His world was just him and Nessie right now. Please Nessie, you have to get stronger for me. I don't care about the feeding, I love you no matter what. Jacob placed his hand on her cheek, pleading with her to link. You have to have blood, Nessie. Renesmee shook her head no, the overheard conversation in her Scion a few months ago still fresh in her mind. The thought of what being a vampire meant to her and Jacob. The mere chance that her turning could sever their bond. No, she would not allow that to happen no matter the outcome. She could not lose Jacob. It was that moment, as if sensing the hypocrisy of it all, Jacob lost it. He stood up with so much force that it caused the room to shake. This is stupid Renesmee Carly Cullen. The use of her full name for the first time by Jacob not unnoticed by all in the room. How does what you're doing even remotely make sense to you? Tell me damn it. Jacob was looking right at Nessie. All reasoning gone. All we've talked about, everything we've gone through and you're just going to what? Stop being you. You think you're going to leave me? Jacob grabbed his necklace so she could see it. So you lied when you gave me this, didn't you? He wanted to rip the necklace off and throw it on the ground. Obviously Renesmee didn't mean what she said when she gave it to him. Bella looked to Jacob, seeing what he was thinking and knowing what that action would do to her daughter. Jacob, you need to calm. Shut the hell up, Bella. I'm tired of this crap. And what crap is that, please tell me. Bella had never seen Jacob like this. This was so much worse than even the way he acted at her wedding. My entire life I've had to live by some stupid moral code. Jacob, always the gentleman, Jacob. Always doing what's right. And what the hell did it ever get me, Bella? Tell me, what did being the nice little Jacob Black ever get me? Jacob wasn't thinking straight, he knew he was going to phase at any moment. Alice knew this too as she projected her thoughts for Edward to come. Unfortunately something was blocking anything from leaving the room. All I've ever done is be the good guy, yay go Team Jacob. Jacob thrust his arms in the air mockingly, the world spinning around him. He never saw the frail hand trying to reach for him. The one freaking time, the one time. I thought the world had finally given me back all it has taken. The one time when every heartache, every pain, every question finally made sense. Bella finally calmed down, understanding fully what was going on. It was a testament to how much she loved Jacob that she allowed it. But he needed to say it out loud, he needed to say it with conviction so her daughter had no doubts. "So what's your problem, Jacob? Why are you acting like a selfish little boy?" It was a stretch, but Bella had to try to go there. Jacob was seconds from phasing. Being called a selfish boy was pushing him over an edge that he thought he had passed long ago. He reached his full height now, looking down at Bella. My problem is the damn imprint." Bella knew this was it, so all this emotion, all this anger is because of the imprint. "So wouldn't you be happier if you had never imprinted on Renesmee? Then you wouldn't be forced to love her so much." Jacob never felt Nessie's hand touch him as she used one of her abilities to sense Jacob's emotion. It was this moment where Jacob lost all control. The phase was starting and he really didn't care. "It's not because of the damn imprint that I love Nessie so much." Renesmee felt the truth, the real and raw emotions of what Jacob was saying. She didn't have the strength to do anything but show him what she wanted. Show him what she needed. Show him that even as much as she wanted a family, it would mean nothing if she didn't have Jake. She just could not lose her Jake. She showed him that she thought the imprint was why he loved her so much, why he stayed with her. What she didn't show him was just how wrong she knew she was now. Jacob shook his head as the projection ended. Realization crushed into him like 1,000 emmets hitting him during a pickup football game in the backyard. The phasing instantly stopped as only Nessie had that power. Deflated, Jacob looked down at his world. "How the heck can you feel that way, Nessie?" Jacob looked to Bella as if she had the answers. This whole time, he was terrified that she wouldn't want him if the imprint was severed, not the other way around. He still couldn't comprehend the love she must have for him. The depth of her love and sacrifice blew anything he ever thought out of the water. Bella had a clue what was spoken between them, and that was why she relinquished hold of her daughter. Jacob reached down and picked Nessie up in his arms, in a princess carry, her head over his shoulder, resting comfortably in the crook of his neck. His heart broke again, feeling the frailty of her body. Bella held a hand over her mouth. Seeing the two of them back where they belonged, in each other's arms, it just broke her. Jacob was instinctively rocking Nessie ever so lightly. "Nessie, it's never been about imprinting, sweetie. You remember our story, right? Remember the part where your mom was really sick when you were in her stomach? I didn't like you a whole lot back then, but guess what, yo? You really loved me because it was through you that I had the idea that you wanted blood. I know I said it sarcastically, but it was our bond that put that thought into my head, not the imprint." Jacob see. Old feel her frail hand rubbing his cheek. "The part in our story where I first saw you, and my heart burst. That was way before the imprint happened. I fell in love with you at first sight, and it had nothing to do with the imprint. I love you more than anything, Nessie, you know that, you know our story. I just thought you wouldn't love me if the imprint was severed. That is the only reason I wouldn't have wanted you to turn." Bella tilted her head to one side, really wanting to hear exactly what story that was. "I don't care about vampires or any of that, because to take that away would mean to take part of you away, and I don't want that." He could barely feel her tighten her hold on him. "Nessie, I need you to come back to me. I want you to be who you're meant to be, because that is the person I love. That is my Nessie." Alice thought for sure she was crying now. Being dead or not, tears were going to be coming. Jacob was in no mind to think rationally, but he knew when he looked back on this day, he would wonder how someone so young in Earth years could be so in tune with what love truly was, and sacrifice everything for it. He held her closer. "I will never leave you, Nessie, no matter what. Not even if you're a full-blown vampire." Jacob couldn't believe what he said next, and it was something no one would ever hear said to them, not even Bella. He didn't really care if it could happen or not. He just knew without a doubt that he would let it happen if it had to. "And if you do turn fully for whatever reason, then I would without hesitation turn also." Jacob needed something lighthearted. All this sadness too much to handle. "Heck, I love you so much I would even let Rosalie turn me." Bella gasped, and her astonishment was only matched by the look on Alice's face. Jacob felt Nessie smile against his wounded shoulder. "I promise you that we'll always be together, no matter what it takes." With barely any strength, Nessie linked, "Promise. I promise." Now come back to me, Ness. I love you, Jake. Now what happened next? Jacob was not quite sure how to think about it. On one hand, he would give his life for this girl, but on the other, having her consume the blood from his shoulder wound was teetering on the weird side. It wasn't until he could instantly feel the strength returning to Nessie that he realized it didn't matter. He would cut open every vein in his body and let her feed till there was nothing left. As long as it meant her being okay. Blank. The makeshift in-home hospital room was filled with pretty much the whole family. Renesmee was on the hospital bed, one hand securely locked with Jacob's. Her mom and dad close by, with Carlisle getting ready for what was to become the normal occurrence. The rest of the family stood around. Some, namely Emmett, just wanting to see how awesome this was going to be, and the others, there for support. Carlisle looked to Jacob, having to cough a bit to get the young man's attention, which as always was completely consumed with Renesmee. Jacob broke his trance as he looked over towards the doc. So this is how it will work until we find a better alternative. Carlisle knew, even when Renesmee was a baby. The blood she craved most was Jacob's, and he was 99% sure that might not entirely be a vampire thing. She would consume donated blood but eventually transition to animal blood. Unfortunately, animal blood was not going to cut it, and she needed to be on the fast track to regaining strength, and that is why they came up with this temporary solution. Everyone listened attentively, since apparently there is only one type of blood that is compatible with Renesmee. Carlisle not so discreetly gave an overdramatic wink to his granddaughter, who gave him slight smile. Carlisle just couldn't help himself. Tests were actually done to prove this. Since Jacob's blood is the only blood compatible with Renesmee, the only blood that won't make her terribly sicker and, I quote, turn her into a Rosalie. Rosalie smacked Jacob in the arm, obviously knowing where that came from. The giant wolf just shrugged his shoulders, acting like he had no idea what was going on. Renesmee pulled Jacob down to her, wanting him to be closer to her. She knew there was another change that happened. She could feel it. It wasn't her intent, but it was a byproduct of the starvation. She felt he changed between her and Jacob, and she knew he did too. She couldn't be certain, because she knew she still had a ways to go, but she had to wonder if this was the first step to her becoming a woman. God, she sure hoped so. It was early Christmas morning, and for the first time ever, Renesmee was not overly excited about the day. She tried, she really did. Christmas Eve she made sure to put on the happy smile, the extra bounce in her step to make it look like she was having fun. But she wasn't, and there was no one to blame but herself. She remembered the vision of her and Jake's family. She remembered how vivid the feelings were concerning that family. It was, after all, what drove her to the event now known as the starvation. She knew her intent, her desire was noble. After all, the was no option on the table that would ever allow a chance that she could be without Jake. The newborn attack awakened something inside her that was never to be denied. But in her attempt, misguided or not, she had hurt the one man that was at the center of everything. She was so focused on not losing Jake that she didn't actually see the fact that she could have lost Jake. Renesmee felt horrible, forever questioning Jake's love for her. She should have known better, but there is no rationale, other than the imprint, for in what universe would someone like Jake ever love someone like her? Even after feeling his conviction that he'd never leave her, she still had small, lingering doubts. The problem was those feelings, thoughts, emotions, the ones running through her were too confusing to be able to focus on the obvious. They wouldn't allow her to relax and enjoy the fact Jake wouldn't leave her. That was one of the reasons she felt so horrible, because she knew it was hurting Jake. She felt his pain. She felt his worry. She felt his hurt. She really couldn't do anything about it now, because she was in that in-between stage where she couldn't express physically what she wanted, and in truth, she wasn't even sure what that physical expression would be. She just knew that somehow, someway, she had to prove to Jake that she was sorry for doubting his devotion without the imprint. She remembered the past few weeks how worried Jake had been. He didn't know how to act around her, whether he should be the nursemaid, the best friend, the protector. She could sense the confusion in him, and it broke her heart. She just didn't know what to do, because she was just as confused. All she wanted to do was snuggle up in his arms and just lose herself. She knew Jake would do that if she asked, but this wasn't about her. This was about Jake. A thought crept into her mind, thinking back to the time when Jake felt her thoughts about their second Christmas. It was that night after showing her mom her abilities. And how Renesmee wished that Jake would know how committed she was. Well, he definitely knew now, but at what cost? She didn't want it to happen that way, the starvation. Even though it proved her point. She wanted it to be more organic, and not such a traumatic event. But here they were, Renesmee on the precipice of becoming a woman and Jake scared to death. She had to fix this, she just had to. And as if an answer to her prayers, Jacob came inside the cottage, walking around to the couch and kneeling in front of Renesmee. "Hey beautiful, missed you." He could feel the tension in the air and he did not want it to linger, especially with it being Christmas. Just like every other day though, it had to start with a hug from his girl. Jacob reached out his arms towards Nessie, waiting for her to accept his hug. Jake. Renesmee almost started crying seeing the depth of love in his eyes. This man was her everything. She brought him up to her, burying her upper body into his arms. Breathing in every part of him. "I love you so much, Jake, so much." "I know." Jacob sighed, never wanting this feeling to end. He had everything he ever wanted in his arms now. The two held each other longer than anyone in their situation would normally have. But there was nothing normal about this hug. It represented the relief of making it through everything over the past few months. "You hungry, Ness?" Jacob reluctantly broke the hug, leaning back a little to look into her eyes, trying to sense even the smallest problem. This subject usually wasn't an issue before, but since the event, yeah. Cobb had been overly aware of even the slightest change in Nessie's eating habits. He knew it had been a few days since she had fed. Renesmee was hungry, and not the hunger for human food. She had felt and tasted what it was like having Jake's blood again, and it was worse than heroin to a druggie. Problem was, she couldn't hide it from Jake. Now he let her feed directly from the source. Not a full feed, but just enough to help her regain strength. Jake took off his shirt, knowing that she needed to feed if only for a little bit. Renesmee instinctively reached out her hand, ghosting over the location on his shoulder where she always fed now. The location was just a little paler than the rest of his skin, but the marks she made never lasted. It was one reason she would feed like this. That and the fact Grandpa Carlisle said Jake's body had no adverse reactions to her feeding. If anything, it would compensate, similar to milk glands in a nursing mother, Jake's blood reproducing at a faster rate when she needed it. Jake didn't like that comparison, but she thought it was kinda cute. Jake brought Nessie's head around, making sure to let her know that this was okay. "Go ahead honey, just to get you through the day. I even had a big dinner last night, so no worries." "Thank you, Jake." Renesmee couldn't believe how nervous her voice sounded. She had done this numerous times, why was it any different now? "I love you." It was the rule that they always adhered to. Before feeding she would tell him she loved him. When she was done, he would do the same. She began feeding. Jacob held her close as he felt her teeth easily penetrate the skin on his shoulder. It was like a hot knife through butter. He couldn't help himself thinking of Nessie growing fangs like the traditional vampire in stories of old. He'd often wondered why they didn't actually have fangs, but it was obvious that somehow their teeth more than made up for it. Jacob knew his thoughts were going off the reservation, but in a way, he did that on purpose. He brought a hand up to hold the back of Nessie's head as she continued to feed. He did this not only as comfort to himself, but also to let Nessie know that everything was okay, and she didn't need to worry. His other hand was securely around her waist, holding her tightly to him, making sure she stayed in control. Jacob normally wouldn't care one way or the other. He trusted Nessie completely and knew she would only take what she needed. The losing control about feeding wasn't the issue, it was losing control for another physical reaction. It had happened a couple times recently, but Nessie was somewhat now able to control it, her growing body's reaction to such an intimate way of feeding. He had to admit to himself that it definitely was not one-sided either. His strange inner thoughts about vampire fangs a prime example. He was still adjusting to all the changes that came with Nessie maturing, couple that with the intimate way of feeding now, and it could get difficult sometimes to stay reserved. It was because of this they decided to help each other out. The minute either of them felt it was changing from anything other than a normal feed, then they would stop each other. Crap. Jacob closed his eyes, as the feeling started creeping into him once again. Jacob gently stroked the back of her head, squeezing her tightly as he tried to get her attention. Ness honey, I think you need to stop. Renesmee smiled against his shoulder, letting her teeth slowly retract back out of his skin, the flow of blood instantly stopping the moment she started pulling away. She felt it too. But unlike before, this time she tried to control her body's reaction, the heat, the pressure, the love. She licked away at the wound, kissing it ever so lightly. I love you, Ness. Jacob hugged her close. As he finished their routine, Renesmee laid her head where she just fed, turning slightly to allow her cheek to rest on the already healed wound. Hot chocolate, she thought, is all the worries. All the stress just seemed to leave her body. She was home again. Merry Christmas, beautiful. Jacob smiled as he felt her hug him tighter. You know what that means. Renesmee instantly sat up straight. She could have kicked herself forgetting the whole reason that she loved Christmas so much. Whatever feeling of despair, regret, sadness she had before the feeding was completely gone now. She almost became giddy thinking about this would be the next promise Jake would give her. She couldn't help but play with the bracelet on her wrist. Jake had adjusted it a bit over the last few months. Her wrist just too big for the previous size. He had said he could make her a new one, but she adamantly refused. She would never, ever, stop wearing this bracelet. It meant too much to her to ever give it up. Now Jake. Renesmee was almost bouncing as she sat back on the couch, pulling Jake up next to her as she sat Indian style, her knees resting comfortably on Jake's thigh. Not yet. Mom and Dad said they were going out later to hunt and they said we can have a Christmas slumber party, I mean if you want to. Renesmee was speechless for a moment as those strange feelings started creeping throughout her body. The analogy of drinking hot chocolate had never seemed more appropriate than now. But she knew she had to gain control. They hadn't had a slumber party since her last big spurt, and this meant she could have Jake all night, all to herself. This was definitely turning out to be the best Christmas ever. Jacob took her silence for maybe discomfort. You know what, never mind. It was stupid too. Jake, no. Renesmee brought both hands up to his face, turning slightly so he could see the want in her eyes. She then projected her feelings. Happiness, comfort, love, excitement, contentment. All at the thought of spending Christmas night together, in his arms. Just as she was finishing up her projection, a small image of them kissing snuck in. This was not an image of what happened. This was an image of what she'd dreamt about. You sure you want to, Nessie? I mean, I know you're still recovering and I thought it would just be nice to stay in. Jacob tried his best to school his expression. The last fleeting image, the kiss, of Nessie's projection still playing over in his mind. He knew by the way the image tailored off that it was not intentional and he didn't want to embarrass Nessie in any way, even though she sure didn't look like she was embarrassed at all. Renesmee leaned in and kissed Jake on the cheek, purposefully moving a little closer to his lips. Renesmee knew when it came to Jake, nothing she did was on accident. While she didn't intentionally project the kiss, she did not regret it. She never hid the fact her feelings for Jack were changing, and wanting to kiss Jake on his warm, soft, inviting lips was not something she was embarrassed about. She knew her body was still at a stage that Jake wouldn't feel comfortable reciprocating the way she wanted to kiss him. But that didn't mean she couldn't start preparing Jake for what was to come. She hugged him close, her lips now just inches from his ear. I would love nothing more than to sleep with you tonight, Jake. She smiled as she felt the small shiver erupt from his giant body. Renesmee's smile reached her entire face as she felt the small bumps pop up all over Jake's copper skin. This is what she loved. When Jake didn't look at her, couldn't see her as a teenager and just heard her voice, her grown-up voice, the one that reflected her intellectual and emotional maturity. Then she could elicit a physical response from him. Just her voice, she kept thinking as she held him close. She closed her eyes as she silently wished for the day her body could cause the same effect. Jake opened his eyes, realizing this girl knew exactly what she was doing. He had quickly figured out after the day they had both gone to La Push to show Bells their abilities, that Nessie was definitely hitting her teenage years. Her change in attitude, the way she acted around him, her defiance, were definitely signs of her growing up. Another sign was her continuing to test their physical boundaries. Nessie had quickly figured out that as long as Jake wasn't physically looking at her, only holding her, Listening to her voice, she could elicit small reactions from him, similar to when she fed. Jake knew his feelings were changing for her. The dream link definitely didn't help, especially since Nessie was very close to resembling grown-up Nessie. It was still too soon, and he was doing very good about controlling those urges. But there was no doubt that changes were happening. Nessie knew it and he knew it, the starvation unlocking a whole new set of issues. Jacob honestly thought it would have been at least another year or so, but not Nessie. Her maturity and now her growing body had pushed things way ahead of schedule. He really had to wonder if maybe having a slumber party was not the best. Jacob could hear the slight change in Nessie's voice as she arched her back a little to look at him. Yeah honey. Renesmee tried to keep her emotions in check. I'm sorry for acting like that. I just want you to stay with me and I shouldn't push us like that. Renesmee realized that maybe now wasn't the time to be pushing Jake, especially after she just reprimanded herself for hurting him. And this is why he loved her so much. Jacob leaned his head against hers. It's okay Nessie, but let me ask you something. Renesmee got really nervous as she saw the intensity in Jacob's eyes. Was that an act just now, the projection, what you said? It wasn't an act Jake, it's never an act with you. Then I don't have a problem with it. We've talked about this and I know that we're both at different stages, but remember, the end goal is the same for us. You understand, don't you? Jacob dipped his head a bit so he could see her better. Renesmee did understand. They talked about her progressing a lot faster emotionally and that was okay. They would both get there, but she knew she had to be patient with Jake. Jake wasn't changing, so it was easier for her to hold on to the steadiness that was her mate. For Jake it was different because literally, she was constantly changing. They talked about how it's not as easy for Jake to change perspectives as quickly as Renesmee changed body structure. They had to work at it. But it would happen. I understand and thank you. That means a lot to hear you say that. Merry Christmas Jake. Merry Christmas Nessie. Blank. Jacob and Renesmee had just finished Christmas dinner with the family and the pack at the main house. Jacob was still smiling at how thankful Nessie was for Billy agreeing to come for dinner at the Cullens. Billy had refused to at first, but after talking with Renesmee, he really had no choice. Apparently Jacob wasn't the only black that couldn't withstand Renesmee's wishes. Jacob didn't want her making the trip to La Push, but she was adamant about seeing Papa on Christmas, and so the men compromised. Jacob and Renesmee were walking arm in arm, Renesmee practically glued to Jacob's side. Thanks for bringing Papa, Jake. That meant a lot to me. Jacob smiled as he reached over to place a kiss on her head. I gotta say, I was shocked. But when he knew the only way to see you was to come, well, there really wasn't a choice at that point. It was really nice to have the whole family there. Yeah, it really was. Jacob felt a little tug on his arm as he looked over at Nessie. They were about halfway to the cottage, Bells and Edward already out with the rest of the family on the hunt. She gave him a pleading look with her eyes and all he could do was smile as he knew what she wanted. Jacob easily swung her around and lifted her into a princess carry, a slight giggle escaping Nessie as she transitioned to wrapping her arms around Jake's neck, leaning her head securely against his shoulder. They walked in silence as they made their way to the cottage, Jacob easily opening the door and carrying Nessie into the living room. Jacob had to smile as he saw that once again. Bella went all out to set up the living room with pillows, blankets, Christmas candles and ornaments, and a nice comfortable fire. He had to pause and thought, how in any other moment, is might really be an uncomfortable situation and a little weird. But it was Christmas, and after the starvation, he really felt Nessie and he needed this. Jacob gently let Nessie down as she went to change into her pajamas. He headed into the kitchen to make them both some hot chocolate, Nessie insisting, of course. The smirk hadn't left her face at the mention of enjoying hot chocolate, especially tonight. Jacob was just putting the whipped cream on top of the mugs when Nessie came out, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek to his back. Jacob looked back over his shoulder. You ready for some hot chocolate? He felt her squeeze him tightly. I could use some hot chocolate to warm me tonight. Jacob froze for a sec. He really wasn't sure if she did these things on purpose or not. He wouldn't say anything now. But they were really going to have to talk about these double entendres. Hey, before we do the promise, I did make you a little something. He could feel her excitement. She let him go so he could turn around. When he did, his first instinct was to turn back to the counter. "What's wrong, Jake?" Renesmee asked innocently, even though she was anything but innocent. She really wasn't doing this on purpose. They were long johns after all, and they were cute with a wolf on the front, the words, "I love my wolf," across the chest. It wasn't her fault that the long johns GGED every curve just a little bit too tightly. When Alice got them for her, they were definitely a lot looser fitting, not so much now. Jacob squeezed his eyes shut quickly and shook his head, trying to clear his mind. He could do this. They were just pajamas, and on a side note, they did cover everything, so there was that. He opened his eyes, making sure to look directly into Nessie's eyes. "You you really look grown out, up in those pajamas. Should I change?" Renesmee shyly looked down, realizing again that these pajamas were very form-fitting. "Nessie, I love you, sweetheart, but if there is even the remotest chance you want to snuggle tonight, then I'm going to have to insist that you at least wear one of my shirts." Renesmee reached out for his hand, a blush creeping into her cheeks. She just nodded her head in agreement. She would not spend Christmas without cuddling with Jake, and if he wanted her to wear a rug she would do it. At least he seemed to be okay now. "So I have a gift for you too, I'll go get it." Renesmee quickly went to her room, pausing momentarily at her door as she heard Jake under his breath say, "Those PJs are gift enough for me." She gasped a bit as she bit her bottom lip. She leaned her head against her door as she brought both hands up to her heart. She didn't think it was possible to love Jake more than she already did, but he did it again. Those simple words made her love him even more. Jacob was waiting for Nessie near the fire as she came back with a large, thin, rectangular package in her hands. Nessie was now standing in front of Jake, smiling as he eyed her package. "Okay. You first, Jake." Renesmee placed her gift against the couch so her hands could be free. Jacob smiled at Nessie's excitement. He really hoped she liked this. "I hope you like this." Jacob pulled out the necklace from his pocket. He had spent quite a bit of time carving the wolf. He made it from a piece of the spruce tree that he snapped in half on his run back to get to Nessie before her big growth spurt. "I made this from the tree I well destroyed trying to get back to you. I figure you could keep a part of me near my favorite part of you." Jacob could see the moisture in her eye as she held the necklace with the wolf charm, the one that was an exact replica of his wolf form, hanging from it. He figured she would want to keep her wolf near her heart. "Jake, it's so beautiful." Renesmee felt a tear fall as she couldn't take her eyes off the beautifully crafted wolf, her wolf, hanging from the rope. "Will you please help me put it on?" Renesmee turned her back to Jake, lifting her hair so Jake could tie it around her neck. "I hope you like it, Ness." Jacob finished tying it around her neck, hoping it fit perfectly. Renesmee just smiled looking down at the charm, her cheeks reddening. "So Jake, you said you made this so I could keep it close to your favorite part of me." Jacob nodded his head although she still had her back to him. Of course, he wanted her to keep it close to her heart. "Yeah, is that okay, Nessie?" Renesmee smirked as she slowly turned around, almost laughing when she saw Jake's eyes shot wide open. Either he was really pushing the boundary, or he misjudged the length of the rope. Oh damn. Jacob could not believe how he could misjudge the length. He couldn't peel his eyes away from the wolf charm as it was securely nestled between the large swells of Nessie's breast. It almost fit perfectly between them. "Favorite part, huh, Jake? I had no idea." "Okay, maybe just a little fun." Renesmee couldn't help herself, they both needed fun. Once the initial embarrassment wore off, Jacob quickly caught on to exactly what Nessie was doing. While yes, the charm was supposed to be closer to her heart, and yes he should have measured the rope better, but if she wanted to play this game, well two could play. Jacob just shrugged his shoulders. "Like I said, my favorite things." Jacob could see Nessie's jaw drop, her eyes wide as he knew she was expecting him to correct her. Nope, she had been constantly pushing the boundaries lately so he figured it was only fair. "Merry Christmas, Nessie." Jacob leaned forward and kissed the side of her cheek, Mackin. Sure he got as close as he could to her lips without going too close. Her mouth still hadn't shut, so he had to be careful. Renesmee would look back on this day and swear it never happened, but she was sure. She stood there in shock for a good 5 minutes. She was barely aware of Jacob's kiss, that in itself was a testament to what Jake had done to her with his comment about favorite things. Shish. E was still stunned because she would have bet her life Jake would backtrack, freak out, ask for forgiveness. But nope, he actually admitted his favorite parts were Renesmee looked down to her chest. Finally finding the ability to move and close her mouth. Seriously. The girls, as Alice and Rose called them, were his favorites. She was definitely filing that little tidbit away for later. Renesmee W. As still having a hard time forming coherent thoughts, so she knew talking would be out of the question at least for a while, but she really wanted to give Jake his gift. Eventually she floated back down to earth. The playful grin on Jake's face a clear indicator he was proud of himself for rendering her immobile. Renesmee knew he was being playful, but she could also tell there was truth in those dark brown eyes of his. It was Christmas so Jake could have this day, but if he thought she would forget what he just did to her, he had another thing coming. Realizing it would be best for both of them if they got back on track, she decided it was time for her gift. She just hoped her voice would be strong. Shirt please. Renesmee reached out her hand for Jake's shirt, wanting to make sure he concentrated on her gift. Not necessarily her gifts. Jacob instantly went still, a slight fear creeping into him, feeling he may have pushed too far with his behavior. Ness, I'm sorry, he never finished as Renesmee reached out her hand. Renesmee at first didn't realize why Jacob would suddenly change like that until she put two and two together and realized he must have thought her asking for his shirt had something to do with what he said earlier about his favorite things. Well, it did in a way, but not the way Jake was taking it. She wanted to show him without a doubt what his words meant to her and how much she enjoyed their bantering. Jacob instantly calmed as he felt the projection from Nessie. She showed him pictures of the first big growth spurt after the newborn attack. She showed him how scared she was. But then how comfortable and safe Jacob made her feel. She showed him the second spurt, right before the baseball game. The love and adoration in his eyes and how special that made her feel. She showed him how melancholy she was this morning, but then how wonderful she felt now, and all due to the way Jacob had treated her today. She then replayed her thoughts about nothing being off limits for Jake. That she was his and trusted him completely. Even though he wasn't completely okay with his behavior, it comforted him to know how Nessie felt about it. He would be careful going forward, making sure not to let himself slip, but he also would do all he could to make sure Nessie knew just how beautiful she was. The starvation still fresh in his mind and the sacrifice she was willing to make for him. It definitely made him look at Nessie in a different light, but he still wanted to be careful. You sure were good. Jacob still had to make sure. I love you, Jake, and I know you'd never do or say anything that would hurt me. Renesmee ran her hand through his hair, the heat from their closeness almost rivaling the fire burning next to them. We are better than good. Renesmee gave him a bright smile, letting him know just how happy she was. How great this exchange was, especially after the hell they had both been through over the last year. Jacob removed his shirt, a slight hesitation before he did so. Even though going shirtless was definitely the norm with him, he needed to make sure this was not going to be awkward. Judging by the darkening of Nessie's eyes, the coloring of her cheeks, and the increased heart rate, he wasn't so sure now was a good time. Renesmee just rolled her eyes, not out of annoyance, more out of not wanting Jacob to see just how much him going shirtless affected her. It wasn't necessarily the shirtless part, she'd seen him plenty like that, it was the taking off of the shirt that had this strange effect on her now. The rolling her eyes was hopefully a way to redirect one feeling so she could enjoy another. You going to be alright? Jacob teased her a bit. Renesmee punched his arm. Shut up, you jerk. Jacob laughed, this was where they both needed to be. He handed her his shirt as she put it on, realizing that maybe that wasn't much help after all. Renesmee just put her hands on her hip, tilting her head sideways as she saw the brief look on Jake's face. Are you going to be alright, Jake? He wanted teasing, she could definitely hold her own. Needing to change the subject, and quickly, Jacob reached out for her hand, ushing his knuckles accidentally across her hip. This elicited a slight whimper from Nessie and Jacob couldn't help himself as he returned the teasing look again. Now, what about this other present you got me? Returning from her brief venture on Cloud 9, Renesmee quizzically looked at Jake. Other present. Renesmee searched Jake's eyes for understanding. She only had one gift. Here came the blush. Again, as Renesmee realized Jake must have been talking about her pajamas. She really wondered if either of them would make it through this Christmas. My gift, then the promise. Okay. Renesmee was trying to contain her excitement for hearing the promise. She was also excited about her gift to Jake. Although it didn't have maybe the same meaning as the necklace she got him last year, it still took a lot of her time and she put a lot of effort into it. So what did you get me? Jacob released her hand as he rubbed his own together, getting excited to see what Nessie got him. It's not much. Renesmee couldn't help the shyness hitting her. I hope you like it. It took me a bit to get it just right. Renesmee reached near the couch where her gift was leaning. She handed it to Jake, biting her bottom lip as she prayed Jake would love it. What could this be? Jacob picked up the large rectangular package, handling it like it was the Holy Grail. He turned it over, examining it, also trying to stall just to see Nessie's reaction. Patience really wasn't Renesmee's strong point as she anxiously waited for Jake to open her gift. When she realized he was stalling on purpose, she momentarily thought about getting him back by taking his shirt off, the one he insisted she wear. Will you just open it, Jake, please? Jacob smirked as he leaned his cheek down towards Nessie. He didn't even have to say anything as she quickly jumped up to kiss him. Satisfied, Jacob unwrapped the gift. Now Jacob had come to realize a few things when it came to Nessie. 1. She was very hardcore when it came to the things she loved. She didn't do anything halfway. By default, him being the one thing she loved the most, she had set a pattern of behavior where he just came to expect the unbelievable. The starvation was really the nail in the coffin where he finally accepted the fact that her life began and ended with him. Even so, when he opened the gift, he was not expecting what he saw. It was a giant collage of photos, bordering a hand-drawn, colored and very detailed picture that took his breath away. He looked at the many photographs surrounding the main picture. There were many pictures of different moments in his life. His mom was in quite a few of them. His dad, both his sisters, his pack, Bells, Ed, and of course the main theme, Nessie and Jacob. As great as all those photographs were, it was a hand-drawn picture in the middle of them all that captivated his attention. Nessie, how? Jacob reverently traced the picture with his finger. It was a picture of Jacob and Nessie next to each other. Nessie's arm wrapped around Jacob's and her head leaning against his shoulder. The detail was amazing as she captured the intensity of their features, the love in their eyes as the drawing was almost screaming out how much the two were in love. But that's not what made his heart swell. Standing behind them, above them, in almost an angelic-type pose was his mom. Her face was exactly how he remembered, the love in her eyes. Her beautiful perfect face. Her angelic arms were spread, each hand placed on Jacob's shoulder and Nessie's shoulder, almost in the beginning stages of a hug. She had a huge smile on her face as she looked down at them both. Jacob didn't know how Nessie did it, but he would swear his mom had approval in her eyes. Is that okay, Jake? Rachel and Papa Black helped me get the pictures. And I sat with Papa for a few nights as he helped me get Mama's face just right. Jacob couldn't peel his eyes away from the drawing. He heard Nessie's voice but it wasn't registering as it felt like his soul was being sucked into the picture. The two women he loved most in the world, surrounded by his family. Nessie did it again. Renesmee knew there was no misreading emotions this time like the previous Christmas. There was no mistaking just how much this gift meant to Jacob. She not only could see it as a palpable manifestation of his adoration, but even at a spiritual level. Her everything, her Jake. He was looking at her now, his eyes shifting from the painting to her face as if he couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Jacob switched the collage to one hand, bringing Nessie closer to him with his other, hugging her tightly. How do you keep doing things like this, Ness? It's not that I do anything different, Jake, you know that. Renesmee reached out a hand to his cheek, projecting to him her feelings of wanting to always make him feel as special as he does her. But what makes me happy, what makes me feel great, is when you are happy. When I make you feel as special as you make me. So get used to this, Jake, because I will continue to try every minute of every day to return to you all you've done for me. Renesmee paused as she thought more about that statement. She hugged herself to Jake, who still had one hand outstretched, looking intently at the picture. I was wrong in that statement, Jake. I will not return to you what you've given me, because to do that would mean I would need to be reactionary. I don't want to be reactionary when it comes to you, I want to be proactive. I want to do more, be more for you. This time Jake did turn to focus his attention back to Nessie, even though he couldn't see her face, being she was hugged tightly to him. You are already Nessie. You've always been more than I could ever ask for. You say that, Jake, but I want you to feel that way. I mean really feel just how much I'm devoted to you. Jake gently pushed her back a little so she could look in his eyes. Ness, I do know. Jacob made sure she understood his stance. But you still say things like you can't believe. I don't want you to say that. I want you to know that you have me, all of me. My love for you has nothing to do with imprinting. It has everything to do with you. Renesmee looked shyly away. I believe I've proven that. Jacob thought about that for a moment. She was right. She had proven it in Bay. And not just because of the starvation. It was just something he had to come to grips with. He knew that eventually he would get there, hopefully when he didn't have this stigma hanging over his head. Then he would feel free to be in a place to accept everything. Sue ready for the promise. Jacob gave her a bright smile, letting her know that he will continue to work on understanding the power of her love for him. Yes, Renesmee couldn't help but get that warm feeling when she thought of the promise bracelet and everything it represented. She would continue to work on Jake and helping him understand that he deserved a love like hers. She would never give up, she would fight for him with everything she had. Jacob lifted her wrist, separating them just a bit so Nessie could see. See that color, light bronze? That's my promise to you. That Jacob grabbed her face in his hands so she could look into his eyes. That represents my promise that I will never ever leave you. Renesmee couldn't help herself as the tears started falling at his words. Everything that had happened recently, she needed this. Sure, there wasn't a choir of angels singing, or the heavens opening at this revelation. There was just truth, Jacob's truth. Jacob's promise. Promise Jake. Promise Nessie. Nessie, maybe it would be best if I waited outside. Jacob looked nervously at Bella and Carlisle, who were in the private medical room with them at the main house. Carlisle was about to begin his examination for Nessie's checkup following the recent changes she has been going through. Renesmee gave Jake a questioning look as she pulled him closer to her, holding tightly to his hand. Why? Bella decided to try and give Jacob an out. Honey, these types of things can be personal and he just wants to make sure you're comfortable. Bella winked at Jacob, hoping this would do it. Oh, okay. I understand. Renesmee brought Jake's hand up to her so she could lay her cheek against it, holding tightly to him. You can go ahead, Grandpa. Jacob's eyes went wide looking at Bella. Nessie wasn't letting him go. Sweetie, what I meant by that was maybe it would be best if Jacob stepped outside so you could have some privacy. Renesmee turned to her mom. Jacob being here is what makes me comfortable. Renesmee figured that was all to that conversation as she nodded to her grandpa. So let's begin. Blank. Now remember, this is not an exact science that we are dealing with here in terms of your growth and where you're at physically and mentally. This is just a rough guess on my part from my research with Nahul and my own research. Also the fact you will not let me do an internal exam, I need to rely on other means for the diagnosis. So where is my growth at now, Grandpa? Well, mentally, you test out at the collegiate level and according to Jasper's assessment. Jacob could see the hesitation in Carlisle. What is it, Carlisle? Carlisle looked to Bella, then back at Jacob. According to my test and Jasper's analysis, emotionally she's at the same level as she is intellectually, maybe even slightly higher. Jacob did not know how to process that as Nessie kissed his hand again. She was actually older than him or close to it. He could feel her excitement growing. He had to ask the next question because while Nessie was definitely filling out to be a very beautiful woman, she was still growing right. He was going to ask about her physical growth level when Nessie spoke. Will I be able to get pregnant? Renesmee looked to Jacob, who she could sense was feeling a little uncomfortable. So technically no, not at this time. Carlisle saw the sadness in Renesmee's eyes as if the life drained out of them. Now just a minute, sweetheart. Your body has passed through puberty and is similar to my best guess to be about a 16 to 17-year-old. There really is no standardized way to put an age number on where you are at physically, but in relation to normal growth, your body is at childbearing age. The problem is I believe your vampire side is causing things like your cervix and your uterus to be tougher than normal and thus not growing at the same rate as the rest of your body. Almost as if your body is preparing itself for. Renesmee could feel her heart skip a beat as she held her breath waiting for what her grandfather was about to say. Jacob could not stand the awkward silence, preparing for what Doc. Carlyle looked to Bella momentarily and then back to Renesmee. Well, it's as if Renesmee's body knows what's coming. Okay, Jacob really wished there was a dummy guide to Doc speak. Apparently Nessie must be able to translate because he could hear her heartbeat speeding up and feel her squeezing his hand in excitement. Carlyle could see the frustration in Jacob's eyes, so he explained, hoping Bella would be okay with this. Renesmee's body is preparing itself for, let's say, some very strong babies. Jacob felt his heart drop, thinking of Bella's delivery. There was no way he could do that to Nessie, not a chance. Renesmee turned to Jacob, feeling his uneasiness as Jake steadied himself against the side of her bed. Jake, honey, listen to Grandpa. It's not what you think. Bella looked worriedly at Jacob, knowing what he must be thinking. I apologize, Jacob. I did not consider what you and Edward had to go through previously. What I'm saying is actually a very, very good thing. Renesmee's body is preparing itself so what happened to Bella will not happen to her. It's actually amazing how her body is changing to accommodate a baby with the strength of a vampire and a wolf combined. She is much stronger than Bella was. Renesmee could feel Jake relax as she brought him down to her so she could hold him tight in her arms. She linked with Jake. See Jake, everything is going to be okay. You've trained me for this. Jacob wasn't sure her training was for this. But he knew the training had definitely made her body stronger. Knowing Jake was calming down, she wanted to just double check again. So I will definitely be able to have Jake's children soon. Bella placed a loving hand on her daughter. Sweetie, you don't need to worry about having children now, there's plenty of time to think about those things later. Renesmee sighed, here we go again. I'm worried about it, Mom. I need to know when I can have Jake and I's children. Bella could see the determination in her daughter's eyes. But this was starting to get ridiculous, she was still too young. Not to mention, even though Bella knew Jacob was supporting Renesmee, she could tell this was really uncomfortable for him and she did not want Jacob to feel that way. Renesmee, there is more to life than the ability to have children. Jacob will love you no matter what, so I don't understand why you're so worried about it now. Bella looked to Jacob who shook his head slightly to let her know to tread carefully on this subject. Renesmee took 2 quick breaths. She learned this from Jacob, especially lately. You really want to know why this is so important to me? Bella nodded her head yes. You ever wonder, Mom, why I never asked about your relationship with Jake before I was born? Renesmee linked to Jacob telling him to just calm down. If you want the truth, yes. I've wondered why you never brought it up or questioned me or your father about it. She kissed Jacob's hand to gather strength. It's because, Mom, if just one thing had happened differently, one thing, I might not have been here for Jacob. And that's something that scares me to death, to think if I would have never been born. She paused, sensing the emotion building in Jacob. This was something they were never supposed to talk about. I love you, Jake, it's going to be okay, I'm here now and that's all that counts. She gathered herself, knowing how scary that thought was. So taking out all the next breed of alphas, replenishing our tribe, all that other very important stuff, it comes down to 2 things. I've seen our future and they felt in my heart what having our children felt like. It was stronger than any craving I've had before, almost as strong as wanting to marry Jacob, well, very close at least. She felt Jacob shift uncomfortably next to her. But above all that, it really is very simple. What if our kids are someone's Jacob and Nessie? We owe it to this world to give back for what it has given us. Her heart swelled as she heard Jacob's link. I'm proud of you, Ness. Bella just looked at her daughter amazed at just how mature she was. They had thought of her family musings as just childhood fantasies. That would no longer be the case. I'm sorry, Renesmee. Bella took her daughter's free hand in hers. I love you, Mom. Renesmee felt with all the tension in the room, she would channel her inner Jacob. And thanks for Not choosing my super hot future husband over dad. You're killing me, Nessie. It was a lot harder than some may think. Bella gave a smirk towards Jacob. Jacob was trying to process the important piece. And it kind of perturbed him a bit that Nessie and Bella were using him as the butt of a joke. He still needed to know the most important thing, at least to him. So Carlisle, bottom line is she still has some growing to do before reaching full maturity. Carlisle was about to respond when Renesmee interrupted him. Only to get pregnant, right, grandfather? As far as if my body is ready for Jacob, I am ready for him, correct? Oh, this was a very touchy subject that Carlisle was hoping to avoid, but if anything he learned from Renesmee and Jacob's relationship, honesty and truth were always the best option. Jacob needed to intervene. Not that he was trying to change the subject, but he wanted Nessie to process the waiting to get pregnant part without having to worry about all the other stuff. Besides, he still needed to talk with Edward before anything happened. I think we can just worry about that another time. Renesmee shook her head no. No, I think I deserve an answer now. It's very important to me to make sure my body is ready for you. Jacob just shook his head. Part of him wanted to change the subject, but another part of him really hated this stigma of him being a wolf, as if that defined him. Especially in relation to being intimate with Nessie. He couldn't believe he was voicing his thoughts, especially with Bella and Carlisle here. Jacob looked deep into Nessie's eyes. First of all, okay, the wolf is a part of me, but it's not who I am. Yes, I gain strength and abilities from the wolf, but it doesn't control or define me. Jacob made sure she understood the next part. When I make love to you, honey, it will be me, Jacob, not some crazed wolf. I will treat your body as the gift it is to me, and I would never do anything to hurt you. I will love you with every part of me, but I'll never let anything control me. I take that back. My desire to be with you may make me lose control a bit, but I would never hurt you. Do you understand? To say the room was silent would be an understatement. Renesmee could only stare at the love of her life. A heat rose inside of her at Jacob's words and the intensity in his eyes. She wasn't embarrassed at all. The truth and honesty and the feeling she got from Jacob's words could only cause her body to react in its most natural way, an unquenchable need to be with Jake, all of Jake. In the back of her mind, the mind that was clouded with such a lustful desire to be with Jacob. She knew they were not alone. Of course she couldn't remember who was in the room because all her focus was on Jacob, on his endearing dark brown eyes, his warm, inviting lips. The curve and crevices of every muscle definition from his neck all the way down to his. Okay, so to answer your question. Carlisle almost smiled seeing the exchange between Jacob and Renesmee. It wasn't every day the physical manifestation of two people's love was so palpable you could sense it in the air. Technically, yes, your body is ready, and as Jacob pointed out, I don't think that is an issue. Finally Renesmee gained some control, but it took all her willpower to do it. Thank you, grandfather. Renesmee still hadn't taken her eyes off of Jacob. Jacob figured it was time to go get ready for training. This was just way too awkward a moment in front of Bella and Carlisle. He and Nessie would have to talk about this later. He leaned down, kissing Nessie on the top of her head, and linked that he loved her. We need to train, so make sure to get cleaned up and then I will do your hair. Love you, and then he was off, Carlisle following behind. Once Jacob and Carlisle were out of the room, Renesmee said, I really love him, Mom. I'm glad he has you, sweetie. But take it easy on Jake, please, honey. I know your heart is telling you one thing, but remember, you're still growing. I will, Mom. You know he would never do anything to hurt me or make me feel uncomfortable. And I don't want to do that to him either. But I want him so bad it hurts. Do you even know how bad I want to kiss him, feel his warm hands on my. Okay, honey, I get the picture, but you know he will have to talk to your father first. Edward and Jacob have such old-fashioned ideas of all this stuff that who knows how long it will take. Just give him time, sweetie, and remember, you have forever to figure everything out. Renesmee smiled, finally feeling that her mom understood her, except for the forever part to figure things out. She would work on Dad next, but she knew as long as they stuck to their philosophy, being honest, then everything would work out fine. Blank. Jacob and Nessie's training room. Rosalie came walking into the training room, deciding to answer in person the link from Jacob. What do you need, Jax? Rosalie was still getting used to not using mutt or dog when addressing Jacob. She settled for a nickname that she felt combined his with the ass he was half the time. Jacob was bent over, wiping blood from the cut above his eye and nursing his sore shoulder. What? I didn't call you. Jacob nervously looked from Nessie to Rose. Renesmee was on the other side of the training mat, bouncing from side to side as she waited for her alpha to recover, looking strangely at Rosalie. Yeah you did, I heard you in my head. Rosalie impatiently replied, trying to figure out what his problem was. Jacob just shook it off, squinting his eyes as he shook his head no. Looking at Nessie like Rose didn't know what she was talking about. Hey bro, what did you need? Seth and Leah both came into the training room, just coming off patrols but answering their alpha's call. Renesmee stopped bouncing, and quickly grabbed a towel to cover up her revealing training top. With Jacob she didn't mind showing a little extra skin, but even though Seth was like a brother to her, she just wasn't comfortable revealing that much to anyone but Jacob. Once covered up to her liking, Renesmee looked from each member of her pack. Odd, she didn't hear anything. Jacob twisted from side to side, feeling his ribs healing quickly from the multiple sprains. Jake. Renesmee risked calling him by name, knowing they were training. But her concern for him was more than her fee. Of reprimand as she started walking towards Jacob. Are you okay honey? You said no holding back this time. Jacob had to swallow hard, trying not to throw up from the pain in his shoulder, completely missing how Nessie addressed him. No I'm good all good. Renesmee walked up to him, now a little worried. She knew his all goods, and that wasn't one of them. You're healing right. She suddenly looked over his massive body, making sure his alpha healing was in effect. She couldn't help but touch the areas that looked bruised. Awkwardly Jacob replied, trying his best to ignore the heat and electricity coming from Nessie's fingers as they traced over his body. He was surprised she was using one of her abilities, at least he thought she was using one. Ness I'm fine. Jacob sheepishly looked to the members in his pack. Guys. Everything is fine, I think you might have just been hearing things. Rose, Leah, and Seth looked at each other and then back to Jacob. Of course Rosalie was the first to say something. Oh my god. Are you serious Jax? You call us because you were scared. Rosalie shook her head trying not to laugh. No. Jacob made a she's crazy look towards Rose. Okay now Renesmee was worried as she brought Jake's head around, making sure his cut was healing. She linked, did I hurt you Jacob? Oh my god I'm so sorry baby, I wasn't thinking. I'm fine Ness, just that was pretty intense. T took all of Jacob's willpower to not react to the way she just called him, baby. I've never seen you train like that, I wasn't ready for that kind of power. I'll be good though, just going to take me a while to recover. Renesmee gave him a tentative look, do you want me to give you a massage? No I'll be fine. Jacob held up his hand, finally straightening up. But one thing, next time we try. And could you wear something a little baggier, I really need to concentrate on concentrate. Jacob couldn't help but look down where somehow now the towel had parted like the Red Sea, revealing just how much Nessie was growing. Renesmee blushed a little but didn't try in the least to cover herself back up as she saw where Jake's eyes quickly passed over him, she thought, as she was RTING to form an idea before her mom's words of, take it easy on him, reverberated in her mind. Just be quiet mom, she reprimanded her mom's words. She then linked to Jake, are you saying you don't like my outfit Jake? Renesmee couldn't help but unintentionally on purpose step back to let Jake get a better look. Jacob tried to keep his eyes from wandering as he grabbed both ends of the towel around Nessie's neck to cover her back up. It's just really hard sorry tough. Yes tough for me to concentrate with all the extra distractions. Renesmee sauntered back up to Jake, realizing now exactly what sauntering was and placed a slow and gentle kiss on Jake's chin, making sure certain parts of her rubbed up against Jake's hardened chest. Sorry to make it hard for you baby, she linked adding in her own head, eat that mom. So not taking it slow with Jake. Rosalie coughed. We're all still linked. She looked to Leah and Seth, and just moments later they were all laughing. Jacob closed his eyes, realizing he would never hear the end of this one. This woman was going to be the death of him. Hey bro, did you need us to stay to make sure mom doesn't hurt you again? Seth was elbowed in the side by his older sister. Renesmee turned to look at Seth, giving him her best try at a dirty look. Didn't work though as she couldn't help but like the sound of mom Seth ran up to Renesmee, giving her a quick peck on the cheek. Sorry mom. He gave her a wink and then turned back and ran out the door. I bet I can beat Rosalie to first beach. Oh, it's so on. Rosalie flashed out of the room, which left only Leah. I really need to see if the Northern Tribe is accepting new members to their pack. Leah turned to leave when Renesmee stopped her. I'll run patrols with you tonight, okay? Oh, thank God. If I had to hear Seth go on about imprinting another night, we'd be looking for a new pack member. Leah looked to Jacob, making sure he was okay. Plus I think your besties are back in La Push, finally out of the hospital. It would be nice to stop by and say hi. Leah winked at Renesmee and then headed out to wait for her in the backyard. Nessie, you and Leah need to leave those girls alone. It took all the influence I had to keep Leah from being punished for beating the snot out those girls at the bonfire. Renesmee remembered that night a few months ago. Those girls at the bonfire saying, Jacob deserves better, she's not even pretty. Jacob only loves her because of the imprint. She remembered how much that upset her, but Leah took care of that situation. I'll be good, Jacob. Just going to let off some steam with Leah. Jacob gave her a quizzical look. That's what I'm afraid of. Renesmee went to hug Jacob, wrapping her arms around his neck. She saw him wince from the pain. I'm sorry for hurting you, I promise to make it up to you. Jacob gave her a, be careful, look. You need to behave, okay? Realizing she was pushing that imaginary line that she hated, and it wasn't fair to Jacob either, so she decided to leave. I love you, Jacob Black, more than anything. Ditto. Ditto. What the heck was that? Renesmee was going to be nice, going to take it easy, but Jacob Black does not say ditto when she tells him she loves him. Renesmee batted her eyes with an innocent look. Can I get a kiss on the cheek, please? Jacob just shook his head at her innocent look that in no way portrayed her true self. He leaned down to kiss her cheek only to find himself kissing her right smack full on the mouth. It was only a few seconds, but Renesmee made sure it got the point across. Too slow, my alpha. Got to work on those reflexes. Renesmee just winked at him as she threw the towel at him and headed for the door. Next time I tell you I love you, I want to hear you say it back, none of this ditto stuff. Jacob was still stunned, miraculously all the pain gone from his body. So the punishment for saying ditto is a kiss on the lips. Renesmee stopped suddenly, realizing her mistake, not mistake. Jacob smiled, two can play at this game. Hey Ness. Ditto, ditto, ditto. Renesmee couldn't help the warmth coming over her. She thought for sure Jake would clam up, go silent, probably act like he just got her pregnant. But no, he didn't do that at all. She had to turn around and walk back up to him. She could see his eyes darken as she was now in front of him. She reached up both hands to his face, turning him slowly down towards her. Carefully, wanting to make this real, make this a moment neither of them would forget, she kissed him 3 times on the lips, savoring the feeling of his warm, inviting lips, each kiss, slower, longer, and with more intensity than the previous. Regretfully done, Renesmee caught her breath as she somehow gathered the coherency to reply, I love you, Jake. I love you too, Nessie. Renesmee just smiled up at Jake. Hearing the sincerity in his voice. She had never heard him so vulnerable. She knew she should leave, even though she didn't think Jake would object to another kiss, she just didn't want to take a chance. This was a moment she wanted to remember for the rest of her life, her first real kiss with Jake, and nothing would ruin that. Renesmee turned and headed out the door. The minute she passed, her heart swelled as she heard the whisper from Jake inside the training room, ditto. Blank, underscore, blank. Jacob was debating with himself, should he have kissed her on the lips? Probably not. Did it mean the world to him? Yes it did. Did he feel like a dirty old man? Not even close. He loved this woman fiercely and he had faith in himself, the imprint, and most of all Nessie. To know this was right. This was the first time he had ever been kissed, not kiss, but kissed. It was a moment that he would remember for the rest of his life, and it was worth it because of the girl, or to be correct, the woman. Jacob sighed again as sure enough, the more Nessie was away from him, it was like the life being sucked out of him. He was trying to recover. Now that the pain was hitting him head on again. Even through the pain, he couldn't help but smile as he remembered a time when he got so frustrated with Nessie because she wasn't fighting back, she wasn't using her power when they trained. That wasn't the case anymore. She truly was a force to be reckoned with, both physically and emotionally. He took one last breath, realizing just how strong his pack was becoming. They truly were an elite unit. The pain in his shoulder, his eye, his ribs, his ankle, and his arm caused him to let out a slight whimper. He honestly didn't mean to, even though no one would think that he didn't do it on purpose, because not a second later, his mom was in the room, running to him to make sure he was okay. Jacob, oh my God honey, are you okay? Esme had her arm wrapped around her son, helping him from the room. I'll get you something to eat, then I want you to lay down and heal. I'll see if Carlisle can bring you something for the pain. Jacob smiled at the one person other than Nessie who always took such good care of him. I got everything I need right here. Jacob hugged her as he kissed the top of her head. I love you mom, thanks for always taking care of me. Esme hugged him closer to her. She loved her adopted son so much. He had won her heart long ago and she loved taking care of him. He never made her feel once that she wasn't like a mom to him. And she cherished the relationship that they had built. I love you too son. Jacob, you're such a mama's boy. Emmett yelled from down the hall. Damn right I am. Jacob looked at Esme, winking proudly at her. Damn right I am.